Jet Nation.
Now I'm about, I'd say 5 or 6 feet in the air. And I'm screaming to this crowd of people. I didn't want to fight. And they're screaming, get him, kill him. So I see this cop. I see cops on the, and I'm like, oh, yo, come over here. I think I'm going to get killed. So I wave the cop over. The crowd's yelling, get him, the guy in the Keyshawn jersey. Oh, blah, blah. And there's guys laying all over the place. We beat the living hell out of these guys. It was really not even a contest. I have no idea why they were so into this fighting idea, because they were really very, very poorly trained for this, or poorly prepared.
Look at my eyes. Look into my eyes, Jet Nation. Why do you not love me? Love me. Dude, how happy are you guys going to be that we don't have to look at this bozo any longer? Let me get some light here. Hold on. There we go. So what's up, man? This is it. This is the big day, everybody. This is the big day. Oh, yeah. I'm so happy today. The only thing that throws me off a little bit is that 0.4% that they changed their mind. Now, I don't think it's happening, but I don't know. It's weird. I'm like damaged, man. I can't seem to fucking believe. But I'm happy. I can't wait to see it happen. Just so you guys know, we are going to, at least what the plan is that we're going to sit here and just wait till it happens so we can hopefully experience it together. The word is, and I just got a text this morning that, what was it? Yeah, it was like 1 a.m. actually last night, so this morning. But they told me that it's probably looking like it's going to happen immediately after the game. So, I mean, guys, I don't think we can ask for anything more. That's about as good as I could ever think. And I'm going to change mics here. I'm still working it all out. How's that sound? Let me know, guys. Is that better? Do I sound good? Jim Batista, yeah, buddy. Look at this. Throw you up there. Beans, I wanted to tell you, man, you've really helped me to stay interested in Jets football. Well, let me tell you, Mr. Batista, and this goes for everybody in this place. Dude, you guys, this whole thing, this kind of, we just had an idea, like maybe we'll put something together or whatever. But this live stream and you guys, on the Jets Talk 24/7 live stream, and dude, if without you guys, I would have been miserable this year. Absolutely miserable. But you guys made it almost fun, really. So we took the worst year that we could possibly imagine, and we made it worth talking about, quite frankly. The tank. I mean, I'm gonna make a video almost like a year in review. I've already began to put some pieces together. I got to be careful. I got in some trouble with the NFL when I put remember that little video, you guys remember? I put like a little highlight video together, and because I believe it's because I used the announcer's voice, like, oh, Sam Darnold back to pet, like that stuff, we got yelled at, man. We got in trouble. So it's just one of those things, right? I got to be real careful. I'm new to this end of things. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So it's, I'm just trying to hang out and have some fun, but they're very protective of their property. Imagine that. So look, Thor's here, right, man? The dark times end today, buddy. Robert S. Oates, bye, sucker. I wish those dumbass Johnsons would go with them as well. Right, Jeff Bezos. But here's the thing about the Johnsons. I'm not going to defend them, but I'm going to tell you something. Up until the whole Rex, once firing Tannenbaum and all that, that's when it became like this crazy, weird hands in the sauce kind of a thing. Before that, they gave the keys to Bill Parcells. Like when Woody Johnson first came on board, he tried to even keep Bill Parcells indefinitely. He wanted nothing to do with the inner workings. When Bill Parcells brought in Terry Bradway and then Bradway brought in Herm and all that, Woody Johnson didn't tinker barely at all. I mean, he's always in the room, but he didn't tinker. And then when Tannenbaum brought Rex on, it was like kind of like a trifecta. Woody Johnson just wanted to be cool. He liked hanging out. Remember that scene in Hard Knocks when they were during the Revis negotiations, the holdout, and Woody Johnson goes, "What are they? Do they not know this is New York? We're not afraid of them." Like he was just kind of wanting to be with the cool, tough guys. Woody Johnson. So, it's like, dude, stop trying to be tough. But the thing is that up until that point, he didn't really make any decisions. Sure, he wanted to sell tickets and all that, but it wasn't like we're seeing this past decade. Especially with Chris Johnson coming on and wanting to prove himself to his older brother and all that kind of, that's all in there, man. Okay, like the Chris Johnson wanting to take this opportunity and prove to his family that he could do something. He's probably the little redheaded stepchild of the family. You know what I mean? He's never done anything. He's never had a job, nothing. So this was his opportunity to prove himself. And what does he do? He gets starstruck with Peyton Manning's phone call, and he hires the worst coach in Jets history. So now that we have Joe Douglas, that's what came out of this, man. Everything was worth it. Mike McCagnon fired mid-season, after the draft. Adam Gase, trading Darren Lee for his sixth. Like all this stuff leads up to one thing, and it's the necessary thing. We have an actual GM. You don't have to love him yet. You don't. But I'm just telling you, I do. I've been watching the Jets since 1982. There are very few periods where I felt like the guys in the Jets room were going to outdo the guys in the other room. Like, think of it. Even in 86, when we had a really good team in 86, but let's say we beat the Cleveland Browns in those playoffs. Do you think we're going to beat the New York Giants in the Super Bowl? There's no way. Lawrence Taylor, Leonard Marshall, Gary Reasons, Pepper Johnson, Phil Simms. Like, it wasn't happening, man. We were going to go there and get our faces kicked in. And that's the thing. Even though we were having a good year, we were a good team, we were never on that level of where the Giants were that year, or the Dallas Cowboys for that decade, or the Washington Redskins, now the football team. But like when they were, or the Chicago Bears and all that sort of stuff, like there's no way that we were ever at their level. We just weren't. The only times were 1982 with Walt Michaels, the Rex Ryan year. We were good then. We were up there with everybody else. The Bill Parcells years, and that's it. That's the only times. So the fact that Joe Douglas is here, guys, we have a guy that is on par with everybody else in the league. And I'm really excited to see what coach he brings in. I really am, man, because this is it. So if we had to endure this 2 years of horse shit just to get Joe Douglas and him to bring in Phil Savage and Chad Alexander and Rex Hogan, guys, it's the best possible scenario to go into today with and into this offseason. Yeah, so I get it. I mean, look, people are tentative. They don't think. They look at Ashton Davis and James Morgan and Jabari Zuniga and all that sort of stuff, and they think, what is everybody so impressed about? And I hear you, I do, but I look at how we got there. Most of the time when GMs come in, they do what Mike McCagnon did his first year. They buy Revis and Cromartie way past their prime. They bring in Gilchrist and Brandon Marshall and Buster Screen and pick the best consensus player in the draft, even though you don't need that damn position. Like, that's what guys do for us. What we saw is Joe Douglas said, no, that's all stupid. We're just going to clean the house, and then I'm going to build on it. He brought in a left tackle, brought in a number one wide receiver, or potentially a number one wide receiver. So, he's got a safety. He's got some edge rushers finally, even if they're just situational. Bryce Hall. Make no mistake, you guys have been hearing me talk about him for a year and a half or more, 2 years. That kid is legit. He would have been a first-round pick, worst second, if he didn't break his leg, okay? So anyway, let me look at some of the comments. Let's see who's here. That was my opening monologue. What do you think? Felt like an hour. I mean, I won't shut up. I can't shut up. I don't know my problem is. So look, Jets Life 45 is here. Good friend. He's become. Love you guys. Blake Coles, obviously. Reaper's here. Tom Langley's been here since the beginning. Batista. You all right over there? Yeah. Okay. My son is playing football in the house with himself. It's hard. Throwing the ball and having no receiver is an end result almost guaranteed you're going to hit something. So, look, we got Sheila Hetherington Smith. Look at Sheila Hetherington. Sheila Hetherington, I had a good friend named Rob Hetherington. Is that from high school? I haven't really talked to him over the years, but we were on the offensive line of the Parsippany Redskins together. We were guards. So anyway, is that who we're talking about? Big Frank's here. John Post. Yeah, it is Christmas. Shake and bake. Thor, as usual. Love me some Thor. Robert Oates. Tim Hassan. Everybody's here, man. I love you guys. Joe Montori, the draft king. Right, Joe? He's crushing it these days. Gitmo Bob. It is the beginning of a new era, Gitmo Bob. This is it. Let's watch. So I'm about to see the kickoff. Where are you guys? Awesome. Let's see here. Are you? Are you in there? You commenting?
I'm Maryland.
Oh, you're Maryland? So that was good. Now, what do you guys think? We going to win today? Big Frank. There we go, everybody. Jeff Schonberg. Timothy Walker. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Let's see. Jeffrey, we'll take a second, and I'll tell you who I like as the Jets coach. I like Matt Campbell. I've been digging into him for the past week or so. I really like him. The problem with him is that he's much more conservative than people realize. His defense and his defensive coordinator are so revolutionary. He figured out how to beat the spread offenses. Look at this. Out of bounds, buddy. Who's that? Terrell Pryor? So I like Matt Campbell, but there's reasons not to like him, but I like him. Excuse me. And I still like my Greg Roman, man. So everybody fell off the Greg Roman train. I stayed right on it. And you see the last 4 games, the Baltimore Ravens are averaging 37 points a game. Who's going to complain about that? Dude, the guy's brilliant. And everybody talking about Joe Brady or Arthur Smith, and that's fine. But Greg Roman has an actual resume of doing this for the past 10 years. Who's that?
Yeah, it might be
Hewitt? Yeah. As long as it's not Mims, Becton, any of the kids. I mean, I like Hewitt and everything, but I'm looking for an upgrade. So anyways, I'd say my top 3 is Matt Campbell, Greg Roman, and I'd even throw in for the day maybe Dable. I like him a little bit. He's got a little bit more of a resume than Arthur Smith and certainly Joe Brady, who I do not like at all, or Eric Bieniemy. Don't like them at all. If somebody could show me what Eric Bieniemy does for a living, that would help. I just can't find anybody that tells me what he does. Nobody knows. So that's what I'm looking for. I know. Phil C., let me tell you something. This training staff needs to go, and Joe Douglas has to be on top of that. I don't know their relationship with training staffs or whatever, but hopefully a new head coach brings in a training staff with him, because this has been unbelievable these past 2 years. I've never seen anything like it. Tony Rodriguez, I don't like Bieniemy, man. I really don't. Like I said, I don't dislike him. He's the scariest candidate for me because, like I said, nobody can say, oh, this is Eric Bieniemy's responsibility. When Mahomes runs off the field, he runs over to Kafka. So Andy Reid's calling the plays, Kafka's working with Mahomes and all. So what is Bieniemy doing? He's not really coordinating anything. And that's what scares me. Like, those are the guys that the Jets always go for, and we fail. Like, we just so you know a little bit of history, the Jets have taken 7 hot coordinators, 7, and none of them have worked out outside of Rex Ryan's first 2 years. That's it. Koslick got us in the playoffs at 8-8. Pete Carroll had us at 6-4, and then we ended up 6-10. So, all that kind of stuff, man. I'm not into it. Greg Roman is not the spur of the moment hot coordinator. He's been doing this for a long time, all the way back to Stanford with Harbaugh. And when Harbaugh came to the Niners, he took Greg Roman with him. And let me tell you something. Even though Harbaugh's got an offensive background, he didn't run the offense. Greg Roman ran the offense. Greg Roman developed the offense that took Alex Smith from bust to legitimate NFL quarterback. Greg Roman created an offense. What? Oh, you are? I didn't see it. I got to go down. Okay. Yeah, my daughter's in here commenting. She's like, why aren't you talking to me? I'm commenting. So Greg Roman ran that. He developed it. And then when he moved over to Buffalo, he made Tyrod Taylor look like an NFL quarterback. And then what happened? Rex needed his scapegoat like he did 3 times with the Jets. He got Tannenbaum fired. He fired Schottenheimer. He fired Sperano. I mean, dude, that's Rex's MO. He finds a scapegoat. So he did that with Greg Roman. And look what Greg Roman's done with Lamar Jackson. He was an afterthought as far as the 2018 draft class. So Greg Roman's legit, man. People, I'm glad nobody's looking at him. I'm glad. I love it. Look, this is my daughter, everybody. That's actually a picture of my wife holding a huge avocado. Dude, Julia, you can't talk like that. That girl's 9 years old. Look what she's writing. She wrote, Gase sucks. Hey, I know he does. Look at my daughter. Focus on me. This is my daughter. Okay, thank you for contributing, little one. I do love it. I appreciate it. You guys see that? That's my daughter. Look at the stuff she's writing. This is her. Gase sucks. I wonder where she got that idea. Look at the Patriots, huh? Letting Adam Gase know we don't care. We don't care about what you're hoping to accomplish today. Focus on me. All right. This hat's hot. I got to switch hats. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay. There we go. That's better. It feels like I just put an ice block on my head. That's what it feels like. So after this game, the true start of a Joe Douglas era begins. Right. Highly skeptical. This is exactly how I feel. So the thing is what Joe Douglas has done over the last 18 months in large part has been clean. That's it. He brought in some foundational building blocks. Man, that was that easy, huh? Good. I am hoping we win today, though. But I just fuck Adam Gase. That's how I feel. It's like, you know what, man? Yeah, I'd like the Jets to win just for us. But if they lose, I don't care because screw Adam Gase, man. I'd like him to go out on a low note to the Patriots. Let's see if this whets Bill Belichick's appetite to sign him for his quarterback coach. I don't even know where that could possibly come from. That's right. This is part of the equation too, right? Gitmo Bob says it. Us beating the Patriots gives them a little bit better of a draft pick. So why do we want to do that? Again, like winning does nothing. So we had a big debate this year. We had the tank fans versus the guys who wanted the Jets to win because that's what you do with the team. You root for wins. I get it. But we had a divide. So here we are at 2-14. Right? Or 2-13. That's where we are. Does it feel better than 0-16 to you guys? And that's a serious question. It's not condescending. Does it feel better? You know what I mean? Let me try to fix this a little bit. Oh, look at that. I don't know. I got to figure this shit out. I got a new thing here. It covers my face, though. What's up with that? There we go. I'll just leave it like that. So, as a Michigan fan, big stunt. Right, I agree, Timothy Walker. Thank you. All right, Martindale or Dable? Yeah, I mean, I think they're both legitimate candidates. I don't know how much like I look at candidates not for what they're doing with their department, like with their side, their what they're responsible for. I look at the potential for actually being a head coach, like John Harbaugh, like Bill Cowher. These guys were head coaches. You don't need a guy that's going to come in like for example, Joe Brady has done nothing, guys. All right, he's done nothing. So he was the passing game coordinator. He was not the offensive coordinator of LSU. The guy who's still there was the offensive coordinator. He's the guy coordinating the offense. Sure, Joe Brady did a good job, but he came to the NFL the first time he had any responsibility like calling plays or any of that is this year. This is his first year, and the Panthers have the 20th ranked offense. So you look at it, Joe Brady had a great year with an all-star cast. Let's not forget, 5 LSU guys went in the first round last year. 5. They had 13 drafted players. That's a record. That's never happened before. That's the team that LSU had. So Joe Brady did good with all-stars, came to the Panthers, not so much. So it's not like I dislike him, but I don't understand the love. Now, when you look at Greg Roman is not a flash in the pan. He's just not. Gina Arena, there she is. Aunt Gina's in the house. Greg Tarr, what's up, buddy? He ain't worse than Gase, Greg. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if anybody's worse than Gase. I'm not saying that facetiously. I really believe that. All right, let's see. I'm going to catch up on the comments. I'm ready for a win today or a loss or lose. Get right. It doesn't matter to me, man. I'm rooting. I think I'm rooting for a win. I'd like to see us pop them in the chops. But honestly, hey, 17. Is that Vincent Smith back there? Let's see what he does. Let me see. Hold on a second. Oh, he's blocking. Look at this guy. What's he doing? Who was that? Who's number 27? I don't even know anymore. Who was that? If you can let me know who's 27. If it wasn't for Greg Williams, this game would be scarier. Yeah, I like Greg Williams, man. Look, nobody ever thought he was a perfect guy. He's not. He's lived by the sword, die by the sword. But don't forget, there were numerous times during his tenure with us that he was the reason that we won. He pulled that band of rejects together and made him a top 5 defense, man. So who is it? Ty Johnson is starting today? Okay. Right. Okay, Bill Smith, thank you. It feels like the ghost of Jetsmith passed. Right. That's the thing. This is what guys like myself I was on the tank side because I'm just so sick of watching it. This was the point. It was like, does 3-13 really, or 2-4, does it feel better than 0-16 and the number 1 pick? Does it? Now, I understand 8-8, sure. Or when you're building, like from here, if next year we were 7-9, 8-8, and it looks like we're on an upward swing, yep, I get it. But we weren't on no upward swing, man. So let's see what Reaper's talking about. Ballantine, really interesting. Okay, thank you, Joe. Let's see what Reaper's talking. Let me see. Hey, Jet Sub, what's up, buddy? That's right. Thank you, Jet Sub. Good vid, man. I've been checking you out these days. But the preseason prediction for the Panthers was them being a tank team. No, it wasn't. That's inaccurate, Reaper. That's inaccurate. McCaffrey, Robbie Anderson, Terry Bridgewater, Matt Rule. That's not true. They weren't going to go to the Super Bowl. But they were not considered a tank. Yeah, dude. Again, look, Reaper, this is the thing. I'm not saying I dislike Brady, but the thing is this. There's a lot of like fantasy land in there. Just because he sucked with bad players don't means that he would have done better calling the play. It doesn't mean anything. He was not the offensive coordinator in LSU. And even if he was, that's still only 1 year with one of the greatest classes in college history. So it's like, again, I'm not saying I dislike. Look at Ty Johnson, huh? Look at that guy. He's not. So, like I said, I don't want to get into like a heated debate with anybody about Joe Brady, but I'm just saying when you look at Greg Roman versus Joe Brady, there is literally no comparison, none. The fact that he's 20th, and you look, with Teddy Bridgewater, he lost McCaffrey, great. Last year he had all-stars. Like that was an NFL team last year. 13 of those kids went to the NFL, 5 of them in the first round. So that was an NFL team in college. He wasn't even the coordinator, but they won the championship. Great. He comes here and has lesser team, and he's 20th offense. And I'm not impressed. I'm just not. And that's not to say he won't be good. But I'm just saying, like, maybe we could use 5, 6, 10 more years to see what this freaking guy can do before we hand him the keys and take a shot. That's really my only point. You know what I mean? Seen it too often, man. I'm not in Joe Brady land. Hell no. Now, if Joe Douglas thinks it, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'll end up being the guy that says, hey, I trust Joe Douglas because I do. But if it was me, and I won't have the same level of information Joe Douglas has, in fairness, but I don't see it. Nobody's given me anything that, it's always like that. It's like, well, this and that. And yeah, great. Okay. But that doesn't mean he would be good if he had Tom Brady or whatever. You know what I mean? Have you heard about the rumors that the Jets, that the Jets are very interested in Wink Martindale? I have heard that. Would you like to see Martindale as Ted? Yeah. I mean, well, that's kind of the thing. It's like everybody's saying Martindale and Tony Elliott. Or who's the quarterback coach for the Chargers? Chip something. People are tacking him onto Martindale, and it's like, yeah, I mean, let's be real honest here. I don't know enough about Martindale to make a definitive statement on one side or the other. I like him, but I just think Greg Roman, we're comparing guys that are like hot for a moment. And I think Martindale's a little bit more of a resume. But they're hot for a moment. They're Bruce Coslet. They're Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles, before he came here, was the hot coordinator, man. Don't forget, the Jets signed Bowles before he could go to Atlanta. They rushed that one. They signed the head coach before the GM was in the house. Why? Because they were afraid of losing him to Atlanta. They didn't. That was their first choice. So, we can look back with different eyes. Hindsight is always 20/20. But Todd Bowles was Joe Brady, and Todd Bowles had a few more years of data to look at. Ain't nothing better than winning. So I've heard that rumor, Jets Hub, but I don't know necessarily how I feel about it. I think we could do worse, but I just don't want that to be the mentality. We could do worse. Like, fuck that, man. This is the opportunity. This is it, man. This is the one. Matt Campbell, Greg Roman, Bill Cowher, like somebody great. Somebody great. That game that Justin Fields had the other day raised the stock of that number 2 pick, my friends. All this baloney that we can't get a coach, I think that shit's out the window. What's up, Travis? Good to see you, buddy. What are you talking about? Let me see what you got. Any details on this big trade? What big trade? What are you talking about? A big trade this offseason? No, what do you mean? I guarantee we're making a big trade. But, dude, New York Jets news. Is that Jude Jets? Is that you, buddy? You guys know about Jude Jets? I'm glad I caught. That's definitely Jude Jets. You see the little dog? Is that your dog, Jude? Is that your name, Jude? I don't want to keep calling you Jude. This guy's channel, if you haven't checked out New York Jets news with Jude Jets, Jude, Jude Jets, dude, you're missing out. I watched like 5 of his videos just last night. I love him. I love you, buddy. I think you're fantastic. So tell us about this trade. Thing is, Brady turned those players into all. Yeah, but what about, so then what did the offensive coordinator do? Did he not turn them into stars? Why are we tagging that to Joe Brady, who was only there for 8 months? Why? That's what I'm having difficulty understanding. I'm listening. If somebody can convince me, I'm definitely open ears. I know, Jeff, right? Should have let Atlanta have him, but the other guy was Dan Quinn. That's who they were, and I didn't want Dan Quinn either. Dan Quinn was he inherited the Legion of Boom and didn't do anything. You know, it's like, why is he the guy? I don't know what. This is what I'm saying. Like, the media grabs onto these people, and we kind of push this narrative. And like the Jets have been susceptible to buying into that narrative for too long. We need a guy who knows his own information. Like, I don't know what they're talking about. That guy sucks in whatever way. You know what I mean? So that's what we want. That's what we want. We want a guy who has his own intel. I don't care what anybody says about anything. That guy's a bust, or this is a terrible head coach. Don't get sucked into Peyton Manning phone calls or Casserly's friend Mike McCagnon, or you know what I mean? Or Wolf, who loved Todd Bowles. Like, screw these guys, man. We need our own staff. All right, I got to catch up. I'm talking a lot today. I'm all psyched up, guys. I'm pumped. Who agrees with the coaching flaw? That's it, right here. This is it. JD will bring in a head coach who agrees with his coaching philosophy. I just don't know who that is. Know what that is because of Gase, right? But here's the thing that we can tell. He likes the trenches. He believes football is won in the trenches, which anyone who knows anything about football knows that is the case, okay? We know it's the case. So we know that. And we know he likes big wide receivers. Every receiver he brought in was 6'2" and above and was good at blocking and fast. All right, guys, we're going to bring in our first guest for the – oh, he left. All right, I'll wait until he comes back. This guy always has problems. But we got the comedian Joe Conti coming in to say hello. He's a diehard Jets fan. I used to go watch Jets games with him all the time in the stadium or wherever, bars. But, yeah. So the thing is with Joe Douglas, what we do know is that he likes old school football, but he wants to score some points. So, all right, let's bring him on. Everybody say hello to the comedian Joe.
I'm having the same problem as last time. I can't understand you. I'm going to try to hang up. Like I'm try it again.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead. I'm here. You know, it turns out Joe's not smart. So that's what we have to overcome when we bring him on the show. A lot of the guys I bring on, not Matt and Ryan and those guys, but a lot, if they're from my past, they're from a little town called Lake Hiawatha, New Jersey. And we're not known for breeding intelligence over there. You know, you ever heard of Lake Hiawatha? That's where I'm from. Lake Hiawatha. Jesus. All right, trade some pick. Let me see. So, Jude, you still here? There he is. Yeah, that's mine. Okay, buddy. We're gonna get you some promos today. I'm gonna send everybody, and you let me know how many subs you get and some likes and stuff. I'm telling you, you're gonna love this guy. He's my new favorite Jets content creator, without question. He's the best. He's the best. You guys are gonna like him. His site is right there, New York Jets News, and his name is Jude. Jude Jets. He's got a cute little dog and all that jazz. Look at him right there. You can see his dog on his logo. Hey, Jude, you should ask your parents if you can come on and do a little spot on here. I'd love to have you on. You can just come on and hang out for a few minutes. Like I bring Matt O'Leary on. I bring Ryan from Jets Talk 24/7, Gangrene David, New York Sports MC. I bring those guys on. If you wanna be a guest on here, I would just need the okay with you being a minor. But yeah, man, I'd love to have you. I'd love to have you, buddy. So let's see what we got. Trade some picks to the Texans for Watson and let them start a rebuild with a new quarterback. They have hardly any picks to rebuild that team. And you know what, man? Let me tell you something. I wouldn't give them too much because we could just take our own. And Watson's going to want $40 million. But I would listen to that. If we were talking to them, I would listen. Watson's one of my favorite quarterbacks in the NFL. That was the guy in 2017 that I would have drafted. I wouldn't have taken Mahomes. And, look, hindsight tells me I was wrong. But I didn't like Trubisky that much either. I liked him, but I liked Watson. It's funny. I remember at the time I was thinking to myself, why isn't Watson like the consensus number one? Like, that's how I saw him. And Trubisky, it's like, Trubisky, huh? Okay. But, crack streams. Here we go. This is, I will tell you, you can see it on the comment on the screen right now. Crack streams, while I don't love it, there's a lot of bad stuff being said on that page, and you got to be careful with clicking around. There's lots of viruses and I don't know about viruses per se, but that's how I see them. There's all these weird, tricky links, so you got to be careful if you go on there. But if you can't stream it anywhere else, Crack Streams has worked for me. I'm just thinking it might be the big trade. Yeah, maybe. I think the Sam Darnold thing is the big trade. Imagine we traded Sam Darnold for Watson straight up. They wouldn't do it, but I'm just saying, imagine. Dude, they just gave up DeAndre Hopkins for a second and an old running back. Like, what in the world is that? You know what I mean? What is that? Oh, you grew up in Roxbury, John Post? Nice. I remember I was on the Parsippany Panthers. Now they're the Junior Red Hawks or whatever. Same thing they changed the name of the Redskins to the Red Hawks some years ago, 15, 20 years ago. But we were the Parsippany Panthers, and I used to go up to Roxbury and play you guys all the time. And then I coached the Parsippany Panthers as well. 9, 10, 11-year-olds for a little while. That was the most fun time of my life. Too bad I was a raging alcoholic and couldn't handle it. But yeah, that was good, man. I loved those kids. Loved them. When you get a group of young kids, like 9, 10, 11, and playing football, and you can get them to trust what you're saying is good. They say, hey, listen to Coach Kyle. That's my real name. If you guys didn't know, I wasn't Green Bean yet. They're like, listen to Green Bean. Anyway, once you get them and they trust you, it's the best thing going. You can sit down and teach kids. My kids were perfect tacklers. Head up, wrap the back of the legs. They were nasty. Great hands. I didn't let anybody catch with their body unless it was like a punt. Every single kid I've ever taught became a hands catcher. Above the waist here, below the waist here, it was fingers, strengthening fingers. That was my big thing. All right, so let me see. New York Sport. All right, New York Jets news. So do me a favor, New York Jets, and then I'll have you on today, buddy. Go to my Instagram, which is Green Bean the Jets fan. It has Green Bean _the _ Jets fan. I know. Can I get any more complicated? So Jude, if you go to Green Bean the Jets fan and DM me your phone number, I'll text you. Or email. Your phone number works best for me. Sometimes the emails don't make it. I'll text you the link to the show, and you can come on. And then I'll introduce you to my crew here. And like I said, Matt, what we could do? Maybe I'll bring you on at halftime with Matt O'Leary and Ryan from Jets Talk. What do you think? So go ahead, DM me. Let me know when you do it so I can go on there and check it, and then I'll get you on. You guys are gonna love this guy. I'm telling you, I love him. He's the best. He's everything I hope to be. Roxbury Gales? Is that what it was? I don't know. I thought it was something else. I know, right? This is funny. Confiscate Chris Johnson's cell phone after the game. Well, look, his big brother's in the house. Chris Johnson nobody's calling Chris Johnson anymore. No way. They know. Woody had to go 6,000 miles away to London before anybody would call Chris Johnson. That's why he was so starstruck. He couldn't believe it. Peyton Manning just called me. I must be important. I'm telling you, Chris, you really want to take this guy. He's got the Peyton Manning seal. Oh my God. Well, I'm going to be the smartest man ever. That's how it went. Everybody's going to love me. Mom's going to love me best. So that's how it went, and nobody's calling him anymore. to like, Chris, call Woody. What are you talking about? And pretty soon after today, they're not even going to call Woody. Woody's going to go, what are you fucking calling me for? It's call Joe. Joe runs the team. Yeah, this is good, V, man. Of course, the Jets are losing the one game we want them to win in the past 15 weeks. Think about that, man. That's like 3 months. The past 3 months, we've been rooting for losses. We're at a place where it doesn't matter. We're like, yeah, let's root for a win. And the Jets come out and suck. That's the way it goes. I'm so sick of it. Yes, I am, dude. Matt, listen, Matt's greenhouse. Dude, Jim, you were I wasn't Green Bean John. I was just Green Bean on the greenhouse. Remember when Rivals, the old Rivals board split up? That's where Jet Nation and Jets Insider and all that came out of. And I went over with Matt's greenhouse. And Matt lived in the next town. He lived in Montville. So Matt and I used to get together. I mean, Matt ran the site, to make no mistake, but I was involved with like the creation and the thoughts behind making that a great site. That was a great site for a long time. Who were you on there? You're John from North Carolina? But oh yeah, man, I love the greenhouse. I miss it. That was my favorite board ever. I mean, Jet Nation has become my home over the past decade, but the first couple of years I was upset when it just fizzled. We were good for like maybe 8 years or so, 6 or 7, 8 years. We used to have a tailgate at the stadium. We parked right in section D when everybody would pull in to the old Giant Stadium, and we had a huge sign that would stick in the back of a pickup truck, like on these 2 like 2x2s, and it was like 20 feet in the air. Welcome to the greenhouse. That was us. We had like 50 people at our. There he is. All right, buddy. Let me see. Hold on, Jude. Okay, buddy, I'm going to send you a link. So this is what we'll do. Hold on. You can come on. We're going to surprise Matt O'Leary and Ryan for halftime. Frank Peralta. All right, we got to talk, Frank. Hold on just a second. Let me take care of Jude real quick. But D23, buddy. Now that's where Xanadu or whatever it is now. Okay. All right. So hold on. I'm calling you real quick, but that's just so I have the number to text. Hold on. All right, buddy. This is exciting. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. So, Jude, come on right at halftime, maybe a minute, like a minute or two into the half, and just come on, and I'll get you on. Just click that link, and it'll be self-explanatory. You got it? Hold on. So, Frank Peralta, dude, what are you doing? I saw you sniffing around. I was like I sent a request. So guys, Frank Peralta 73 was one of my best friends since elementary school. And over the past, 15 years almost, we haven't really seen each other or anything. We just kind of completely lost touch until this week. This week, I was so happy to see you around, Frank. I'm not kidding. That's not lip service. Really, honestly, I'm happy to see you, and we got to talk more. But yeah, D23, man. D23 was the section at Bern, which is now Izod and whatever they're doing over there. But the town of Parsippany, whenever we would go to metal shows or concerts and in general, we would all park in D23. That shit was ours. Hundreds of us sometimes. It was the best. Yeah, dude, San Diego. Last time I talked to you, you were moved, or maybe you just moved to San Diego from New Orleans, I think is where you were. Man, I was a mess then. I had to be homeless and everything after that. I lived on the fucking streets of Newark for a little while, buddy. Not a long time or anything, but a little while. I slept in some hallways in Newark. Oh, God. Good times, man. So let me back it up. Frank, we'll talk some more. Do me a favor, if you could too, Frank, go DM me on Instagram. Just to give me your phone number so I can just reach out and we'll chat. You know what I mean? Jim, I'm going to tell you something. I haven't talked to Matt in over a decade. Since I went to Florida, which was, I haven't talked to Matt since like 2004. So 16 years. Isn't that crazy? And I talk to Matt every day for a decade, you know? So, hey, Jim, you remember Lefty Larry? Who's Lefty Larry? I wonder who he is on Jet Nation and all that sort of stuff. I wonder what happened to that guy. He was such an asshole. Is that you? I'm sorry. He was an asshole in a good way, though. He was like shit stirrer on the board. So, yeah, man, it's good to see you, bud. Yeah, that's me. I've been green bean. I became green bean in like 1998, 99. Let's say 1999. That's when I became green bean. And it was just a nickname. And then it became obviously Sofla Jets. Yeah, dude, that's you. You know it's me. We've talked about this, you bastard. You're in West Palm. You know where I am right now, man? I'm in Orlando. I was down in Fort Lauderdale for the past couple weeks. Yeah, Lefty Larry, West Side. Remember those guys? I saw West Side on Jet Nation recently. And Tin Star, remember those guys? I saw a Connecticut Jet fan ended up there. He was a good one. He's on Jet Nation now too. Yeah, Reed. Jeffrey Reed, you got it. It's not, you know what? It's not even worth it, man. Like Jet Nation is such a monster in the forum world, and it's the best. So it's like you're not going to improve it. Jet Nation is the best. If you're looking for forums and just like where to go, you know, like to talk Jets, like what we do on YouTube and all that. If you want to talk Jets and just have endless conversation, Jet Nation's the place. There's usually anywhere, I think the front page has 50 threads, and it's just thousands of comments. And at any given time, there's probably 150 to 300 people in there. All day, all night. What's up, Mike G? Mike G? Mikey? How do I say that? Mike G? Mikey? Or Mike G? Or Mike G? Mike G. You liked Confidential? Yeah, I never made it over there. I used to putz around on Insider for a little while, but I was Rivals, and I was the Greenhouse solely, and I would tinker with Jets Insider just to talk to some people I knew. And then once Greenhouse faded, I just made a choice. My cousin, who's drums on here, you'll see him comment every now and again. He was on Jet Nation. He said, dude, just come over here. It's the best. So I did. And that was like 2008, 2009 maybe. Copernicus. All right, Cliff. Yeah, buddy. So, Jeff, who are you on Jet Nation? Jeff Fran from Cali? Nice, Mike. Welcome. I know we actually were – I had intentions of spending the winter in California in Palm Springs. I was all booked and everything. But COVID scared me away, man. I mean, not that fucking Florida's any better, of course, but the California thing, the rules, it's just as bad, if not worse, but it's the rules too. So they don't want me in there. It's quite really what it boils down to. They don't want you visiting. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to getting over to California next year. We're going to be on the East Coast this year, all the way through the summer up in, interestingly enough, I'm going to spend a lot of time in New England. Those sons of bitches. I'm going to throw mud all over the place. I'm going to say, how's it feel not to be in the playoffs? You'll see. They're not real fans up there, man. Boston has real fans. Don't get me wrong. But the New England nation, that ain't real. And you'll see half of them are in Tampa. Anyway, they don't know anything. All right, let me catch up. JWRMO66. That's who you are on Jet Nation? I don't remember. I'm not sure if I saw you. I'm not sure, bud. Right, Jeff. You can't beat too many boards. Yeah, I remember the gangrene.com. I do. There was Gangrene Nation too. Or that might be, you know what happened, man? Super Bowl Nation came in and made they bought some, but they made their own and they're like pay sites and they're like trying to make money off of it, man. It's just like me, I just think go screw. If you guys aren't aware, like the guy who runs Jet Nation, his name on the board is Max Man. He's like the best. He could have sold Jet Nation a dozen times. He can absolutely make money on Jet Nation, but he doesn't want to. He just wants it to be the place where he wants it to pay for itself so he's not losing money. But, like, he's the best, man. Like I said, he could have sold it a dozen times if he could have sold it once. So the fact that he's still there for free, and it's like the best place. If you ever look on the homepage of Jet Nation, all the news, editorials, the podcast, my show On the Road with Green Bean, it's just, dude, it's the best. It's the most well-rounded site you can get, especially when you consider it's free. Yeah, Drums is my cousin, Jim Batista. He's my cousin from Nutley, New Jersey. I think he's down in, I don't even think he's in the country anymore. For those of you saying, Joe, let's get into it. All right, let's get back into the football here. This game's boring as shit out of me, isn't it? Look at Bryce Hall. Let's watch Bryce Hall for a second. Who's that? Oh, nice hit. Okay. I want to see some Zuniga. Don't you guys want to see Jabari Zuniga make an impact? Bryce Huff. All right, for those of you saying to draft O-lineman, yeah, sure. Let's draft O-lineman without no quarterback. Become the Colts. A good, solid team, yet doesn't make noise because they don't have a starting quarterback. Here's the good news, Jose. You're not wrong. But it's not either or. Like, and that's what I try to tell people all the time. They're not mutually exclusive, man. Like, you don't need to sacrifice O-line if you get a quarterback. You don't need to not have a quarterback if you get O-line. It's all about intelligently prioritizing. When you look at free agency and you look at the draft board, what's available, where the strengths are in each draft, because you guys know drafts are very different. 2 years ago, that was a defensive line, defensive end, linebacker draft. That was the draft, so when we took Quinnen Williams, it made sense from that perspective, even though we didn't need him. And I still don't agree with the pick, but it made sense because that's where the strength of the draft was. Last year, the strength of the draft was wide receiver, left tackle in the beginning. There were 4-5 left tackles that were considered higher than everybody else, and for good reason. So that's why you take all the people saying receiver, Jerry Jeudy, blah, blah. Yeah, I get it. But the strength of the draft, the blue chip of the draft is left tackle. This is a stronger left tackle class than in history, really. There was very few that had 4-5 left tackles that were worthy of the first round, okay? So it's very rare. So knowing that with free agency and who to bring in, you don't sacrifice quarterback to get a left tackle. Now, is Sewell so much better than the other left tackles in this draft? Maybe, but I don't think he's so good that you bypass a quarterback. Sam Darnold's, dude, guys, I love Sam Darnold. I wanted him to be the guy. But anybody holding on to Sam as the man, it's just not real. Now, can he become that again? Yes, I actually believe that. But you don't want a new head coach's first responsibility to be fixing something. You want him to be able to build. That's what you want the head coach to do. Build. Get your players and build. Make us the winner. You don't want him to have to fix. Like, you don't want him to buy the house and have to fix the plumbing. And, oh, by the way, your septic drain field is like, that's not what you want to do when you buy a house. You don't buy a house and want to fix the drain field. You want to hang curtains. You want to paint the walls. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. So I don't see Sewell as so good that you bypass a quarterback. Okay. I just don't see it. I think that the value of this board, of this draft for us is quarterback. It just so happens to be we're at the number 2 pick, and there are 3 quarterbacks, really 4, that are worthy of that choice. So you take one. That's how unless you don't need one, unless you have, Peyton Manning or whatever it is. But like, look, there are Samuel Cosme and guys like Walker Little and a few. They're going to be fantastic tackles in this league. So you can get, let's say, Justin Fields for today, right? He's the name of the day. So let's say we grab Justin Fields and Samuel Cosme with the later pick if we want tackle, or you get Wyatt Davis or whoever. Trey Smith, fuck, man. Trey Smith is going to be there. Creed Humphrey is going to be there. But we can get some centers. I don't think Creed Humphrey is so much better than the centers that will remain. So you get the guard. You get the right tackle. So you in the first round, you could get a quarterback, a really highly rated quarterback, and an offensive lineman. Sewell, to me, he's not so much better than Cosme or Walker Little that you have to take him and bypass a quarterback. That's just, and it's all about being smart, man. McCagnon, Idzik, Tannenbaum, they were not smart. They didn't know how to manage the draft. It's not just picking guys. It's a lot that goes into it. Let me tell you, if I was the fucking GM, I'm telling you right now, I would have us in the Super Bowl. I know it because I look at the players I would have picked over the past decade. What? My wife's laughing at me. She's like, dude, you're the worst. You're an idiot. That's the thing. That's when you know. It's like, you're like, oh, and then your wife goes, you're dumb. And you're like, oh, yeah, okay. That's the reality check. It's like, yeah, why are we living in an RV? Why, Mr. GM? So anyway, Joe Douglas has shown me that he at least has an understanding of how to manage the draft. Look at that. There you go, Mims, catching it in traffic. See that big body? Nice, absorbs the hit. Fucking love Denzel Mims, guys. Love him. Everybody who passed on him for Jalen Reagor or Brandon Ayuk, while they're good, they're not Denzel Mims, man. This guy stays healthy. He's going to be the best receiver that we've had. Better than Altoon. That's right. You heard me. I love me some Altoon and some Wesley Walker. Some Chris Burkett. Remember Chris Burkett? That's right. You saw that, Merweed. I'm telling you. He's strong. That's the receivers, Joe. Look at Sam, guys. You're going to tell me Herndon wasn't open right there? He missed him by 4 yards. 3 yards. Look, Sam Darnold had the time. He had the time. The line's better than you think. We're not top 5 line, but we're not 32 like last year. No way. This line is decent. They gave Sam a pocket. They gave him time. Chris Herndon had 2 steps on the coverage. Sam Darnold missed him. And that's where the damage is. You know what I mean? Yes, he was, Mr. Reed. Walker was bomb. I agree. Look at Josh Adams. He's so big and strong. He's taller and stronger than I thought he was, than I remembered him from last year. I like these running backs. I would still draft one. I will, but I like these guys. I know, man, Brian Dolan. I know. He's not trash in the way that he never could have been. You know what I mean? He's trash right now because we didn't help him. He was a raw guy. He was the youngest quarterback to ever start in the NFL. And we left him alone to figure it out by himself with the worst O-line and no receivers. Like, what the hell do we expect? You know? I'm sorry I'm not keeping up with all the comments. I'm trying. If you got something to say and I skip it, just write it again. I'll try to get to it. I promise. I love to get what you're saying up there. I'm backing it up to the O-line talk. I trust Jody, but would formally protest if he keeps Sam. Yeah, I agree, Thor. I do. I really do. I do agree. Yes, right. Yeah, man. He's herky jerk. He's the herky jerk. So what are you saying, Dave61? You don't like live streams? Pick one. Pick one and do it. Well, let me just offer you this, Dave. I'm really in favor of this live stream. Why? Because I think it's the best one. Jet Nation is by far the strongest support network, like the strength of what we offer. Jet Nation, no comparison. And then on top of that, you got me, and I'm fucking cool, man. I'm cool, dude. I know more than everybody. My experience is pain. Let's see. Sports MC wants to come on. You on, buddy? Come on. I don't care. Where are we in the game? You can come on. So let's see. Asylum Reaper is saying Wyatt Davis, Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, Linderbaum, Lindstrom, Cosme, Filelli. I can keep going. O-line at 2 is not the move. Perfectly said. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like you can take an O-lineman like Sewell, but then your option to take a quarterback is gone, unless you believe in Mac Jones, Trask, or Jamie Newman, or any of these, or Newmar, or any of these guys. Maybe you do, but it's less likely. But if you take a quarterback up there, you're getting a solid offensive lineman later. It's without question. You know what I mean? So, and we have a left tackle, so it's not a need. And Fent, let me tell you something. Fent is having a much better year than he's given credit for. He had some rough patches, but dude, this line stays together. You keep McGovern, Becton, and Fant together and plug in 2 guards, or even plug in a center and move McGovern. But you keep these guys together for a while, and you're going to see the dividends. But I agree. Great comment, Reaper, for sure. Let's see. Should we draft a defensive end or pay a defensive end? You know what, though? But again, this is a very good question, because I actually believe very strongly that this is a very sporadic, like it's spotty, the edge rusher guys. And I don't know if defensive end or outside linebacker, whatever, just the guy who you would send off the end. There are some really good ones, better than last year's class. But at the same time, it's not a dominant class. It's like there's a lot of room to pick the wrong guy here in this one. Now, again, I've just begun like my real evaluation process. I got to really dig in, man. I spend hours on this stuff. But my number one guy currently is Patrick Jones, and I believe he's going to be there with the second pick in the first round. I believe it. And if he's there, I think Joe Douglas is taking him. And I like let's say we get Justin Fields, Patrick Jones, and Wyatt Davis with the first 3 picks. Dude, are you kidding me? Because we'll already have a receiver. Now, that's if we get a receiver in the draft. In free agency. Like if you bring in Chris Godwin, Allen Robinson, Joey Galladay. Is it Joey? Is that Galloway? I don't know. Sometimes it smears together. I'm definitely getting older, dudes. You know what I mean? So it's a good point. But again, this is where proper evaluation is so key. Like we had guys who knew nothing. They were just picking. They had all these analytics and these overcomplicated, and they picked the wrong guy every single time. It's not that hard. But when you have the edge rusher position in this draft is very interesting because it's spotty, like I said. Oh, look at that. Who is it? Who is it? I couldn't see who it was. Who got that sack? Damn. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't totally agree, but still not talking Sewell at 2. Right. That's what I'm not taking Sewell at 2 either. I'm just not doing it. A lot of things would have to break. Like if it ended up that way, I could gain like 3 firsts or something. Okay. You know what I mean? You could do a lot worse than Sewell, but that's not my pick, man. It's just not. I would let everybody believe it was. Hell yeah. This is perfectly said, highly skeptical. And I agree. And I appreciate that. It's like, yeah, there are a lot of live streams. There's a lot of guys. And in truth, just so you guys know, when I leave this, I go watch other stuff. Like there are content creators I like out there. There are some that I don't, man. There are some guys I can't listen to because they're so goddamn negative. Like, look, I can be negative right here by myself. What I look for in a content creator is construction, like constructive outlook. Not that we can't be upset. That's fine. Bryce Hall, did he knock it out? No. So anyway, there are some guys I can't listen to for more than 5 minutes. But the way to do it, in my opinion, because you get oversaturated, you can't listen to it all, is you find your guys. Like for me, Ryan and Matt, I listen to Ryan and Matt constantly. I watch almost every single one of their videos. I listen to Matt's podcast every week. My son and I can't wait for Matt's podcast. So you find your guys and you just listen. And then I listen to like Cool Your Jets. You guys know about those guys, the Jet X guys. I like them a lot. I know, Galloway, right? Galladay, right. Thank you, Big Frank. It's funny, like and I can't even find the right. I'm like, wait, is it Galloway? I can't find it. I'm like, I fry out. It's like I have these little short circuits in my brain, like like that's what it's like in my brain. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I can't do it. Joe Montori, here's the interesting twist to that. Number one, if the Jags want Fields, then we don't need to trade because they're going to want him. There's a lot to play with. But let's bring our buddy on. Let's bring another Jets content creator who we all love. New York Sports MC. There he is. Let me get this What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you, Green Bay?
Oh man, I'm psyched. This is the greatest day. I feel like I just won the lottery. I don't know what it is. I feel light as a feather. I really do.
2.5 quarters left of Gase. That's what it is.
that is what it is. It's so. Do you think there's any chance that we're not gonna fire this guy today? Is there any concern?
I mean, after the reports that just came out, I feel a lot better. I was kind of like, hey, I don't want to talk about any head coaching candidates until I know for sure he's gone. But all the reports that kind of came out, and just the way the fan base feels, I feel like the Johnsons can't not fire him at this point.
Right.
Does it happen tonight or tomorrow? I think that's irrelevant. But interesting to see that apparently Pat Fitzgerald is now open to head coaching opportunities in the NFL, which he has turned teams down several times. So I just read that either earlier today or yesterday. So that was interesting.
Yeah, I think it is interesting. And you heard about Mullen down at Florida State. Florida. So there's a good group of potential coaches. Like it's not the same as when we hired Bowles. It was like Bowles and Quinn. Those were the big guys, And I liked the idea of Bowles at the time. I did, especially over Quinn. But it was like very unexciting. It was like, okay. Like there was no real belief. Like this is like when you looked at Todd Bowles or Dan Quinn, you weren't thinking this is the guy to take over Belichick. You know what I mean? Because that's the way I look at everything. Is this the guy that's going to come into the AFC East and knock out Belichick and Brady? Clearly that's different right now, but that's the way I looked at everything. And it's like, no way is Adam Gase the guy. Is Todd Bowles the guy? You know what I mean? So this year, Fitzgerald, even guys like Urban Meyer and there's a lot of guys that are pretty heavy hitters that are available. Who do you think? If Fitzgerald was the guy, would that make you happy? Is that someone that you like a lot?
So I haven't done a lot of research into the coaches yet because, like I said, I wanted to see Gase get fired first. But I've heard a lot of great things about Fitzgerald. So definitely somebody I want to look into. But yeah, from everything I heard, it sounds great. I mean, he's really built that program over there. I'm just more happy about the people that seem like they're not going to be options anymore. Like apparently Harbaugh is now talking extension in Michigan. Thank you very much, Michigan. I don't have to sweat that one out. So yeah. I'm getting more happy about these people that I really don't want kind of seeming like they're not going to be options for us.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, man. And there's quite a few. I would look, for me, and we were just talking about it a few minutes ago in here, like I know people like Joe Brady, but for me and Bieniemy, like for me, I look forward to those guys being removed from the list. Like they freak me out, man. Like we've just gone that way so many times. But you're absolutely right. Jim Harbaugh, I should say, is the exact opposite of what I think we're trying to accomplish. Like that's a shoot for the moon, like kind of stir the pot, like sending the cue ball into the middle of the board, into the middle of the table kind of a move. And it's just like with Joe Douglas, I'm really feeling like systematic, slow and steady. Like that's how I feel. And Harbaugh doesn't fit with that to me. So yeah, man, the sooner that extension comes out and the better for me, dude. The better, Yeah.
And Green, there's I was just reading a tweet earlier. There's about 5 teams that have head coaching vacancy or are expected to, with the potential of maybe 1 or 2 more. So it looks like we had the Lions, Falcons, Texans, the Jets, the Jaguars, maybe the Bears if they don't win today. The Eagles, it seems like they're not going to move on. Now, that's another one that I was like, thank you, because I know people are saying that we may try to bring Peterson over. I did not want that to happen. So, like I said, they're crossing off the people I don't want, which is good. But if we just go on those 5, I was doing this earlier, and I want to tell you my rankings, see if you have them similar. But looking at just trying to rank these head coaching vacancies, Out of those 5 teams, you'd probably have to put the Jaguars number 1 with all the cap space they have, 2 first-round picks, the number 1 overall pick, a few good young pieces. And then I actually had the Jets number 2, and I don't think this is being very biased. If you look at the other teams, the Texans, the Falcons, the Lions, the Falcons and the Texans, I feel like they've kind of missed their windows.
Yep.
And then the Lions have just always kind of been in the middle of the pack, never really going anywhere. So I actually had put the Falcons number 3 just because I feel like they have some pieces that they could trade if they wanted to, like Julio and Matt Ryan, and maybe still get something for. Then I had the Lions at number 4, and actually I had the Texans at number 5. I think I know they have Deshaun Watson, but what else do they have? They're negative against the cap for next year. They have no first-round pick, no second-round pick. What are your thoughts on those?
Yeah, I mean, I have it exactly like you had it. Like, to me, the Jaguars are just like, the Jaguars don't come with the mess that is New York City. Like people like to point out the positives of New York, and they're there, but there's a lot of negatives that come with New York. We're a very intense, impatient area. So like if you don't come out of the gate and show some immediate progress, the problem with us is that the media jumps down your throat, puts a clown nose on you, and puts you on the back page of the newspaper. The national media grabs on to what New York is doing, and so you become a bozo in your first 4 games as a head coach. So that's a negative as well. So when you add that in, I think that would put Jacksonville a tick or 2 above the New York Jets job. But yeah, man, the Texans, dude, they have nothing to build with. Nothing to build with. And there were some rumors coming out that Deshaun Watson isn't even happy being there anymore. And obviously JJ Watt is not happy being there. So they're a team that's crumbling. We're a team that sucks. You know what I mean? And we had to clean house. Like, that's what we've been doing, cleaning it off, acquiring assets. The Texans gave up the farm for last year or for this year, and it didn't work. You know what I mean? They don't even have, so they would have the 3rd overall pick currently. They don't even have it. They don't have a number 2 pick either. So they don't have a 1st or 2nd. They have no cap space. Deshaun Watson is unhappy, and JJ Watt's unhappy. So, I mean, that's going to be a lot to overcome. And I think they're about low on the attraction scale as you can get. And Detroit, dude, what are you going to do with Matt Stafford? I mean, do you keep him? Do you not? I mean, how many coaches is this guy going to have? So I agree. Detroit is the tundra, man. Nobody wants to go up there. And that's one of those things.
The only reason I put them ahead of the Texans is they actually have a little bit of cap space and they have their draft picks. I mean, other than that,
right.
It's tough.
Yeah. Yeah, but I agree, man. We're really lockstep. I think people are really overblowing the unattractive nature of the Jets. We have the 2nd most cap space in the league. We have 2 firsts the next 2 years. We have 2 thirds, 2 fifths, 2 6 next year. Like, we're all over the place, and we still have chips that we're going to trade, a la Sam Darnold and some other potential options that we have. And when Joe Douglas has proven he can move in the draft and very, very nicely add some other assets, I think we're pretty damn attractive, and a lot of people can be very excited, especially when you look at the game Justin Fields had. So that number 2 pick becomes, okay. Now, if he plays well against Alabama, dude, the whole pot is overturned. The apple cart's rolling on the floor, man. So I still think Trevor Lawrence goes number 1, but it might not be to the Jaguars that he goes to. But you know what I mean? It might be us. So it's going to be interesting, man. I think it's a pretty exciting time to be a Jets fan.
What would you be willing to give up just to go up that 1 extra spot? Because that's the one thing I don't want to give up too much.
A 2nd, maybe. Because the thing is this, if you look at the Jaguars, let's say they want to get tricky and they really want Justin Fields, what they're trying not to let people know. As soon as they say, hey, what would you give us for the number 1 overall pick? You already know they don't want Trevor Lawrence over Justin Fields. So they're not going to go past number 2 because Justin Fields ain't making it past number 2. They're not going to go to 3, to 4, to 5 and lose their guy. They're not doing it. So that makes their trade opportunities us. We're the only one that they'll be willing to trade with. So you could even say, go screw. Go pound salt. We're not giving you anything.
That's what I would do. I mean, if they literally came to me and said, hey, what do you want to come up? I'd be like, nope, I'm good right here. It doesn't make any
That's
sense.
right.
If you look to give up our second round pick, I mean, unless it's maybe no, we don't have Seattle second. If it's our second round, I mean, that could potentially be Carlos Basham, or that could be Fryermuth, or that could be. There's a lot of good talent that you can get in the second round. In that top of the second round, I don't think I'd want to give that up just to move up to one spot, especially if they're calling me, because that means they don't want Trevor Lawrence.
Right. Well, that means they don't want him, and I do agree, but I'm just saying that's the max. That's the max I would even consider. I saw a report that said the Jets would be willing to give up both of this year's first and both of next year's first. I damn near spit my drink out. It's like, are you high? There's no way. Now, Mike McCagnon, maybe he can be tricked. Obviously the Chicago Bears, were able to be tricked a few years ago with the Trubisky trade. But Joe Douglas is not a fool. He knows if they're calling him, then it's because they're considering not taking Trevor Lawrence. But so the reason that I would trade is because if I liked Trevor Lawrence like leaps and bounds over Justin Fields, I would give the second to guarantee I get him. You know what I mean? Like, it would be worth it to me just to guarantee it. But I am with you. It's like, you're calling me, go screw. I'm not giving you anything because, like you said, that's Najee Harris. That's Wyatt Davis. That's Samuel Cosme, Basham Jr. That's one of those guys. Maybe even Rondell Moore or somebody like that. Like, so there's some very. What? Go on.
Yeah, or Sean Wade or another corner like that. Somebody that we could be instant starter for us. So yeah, I wouldn't want to give up too much if we did move up. Especially if they're calling us. I think that you just call their bluff and let them pick Fields number one, because that would be the only reason they're calling is because that's what they want.
That's right. Let them make the big mistake. Let them do it. And then you just take whatever's left. But that's the thing. We don't know how Joe Douglas and his staff are really evaluating these guys. And it's like, if you, let's say hypothetically, they don't like Fields. They don't like Wilson. They only want Trevor Lawrence. If Jacksonville gives you the opportunity to do it, a franchise quarterback is worth that second round pick. It just, especially of Trevor Lawrence's caliber. Now, if they're equal, then you just say, hey man, we're gonna roll with whatever you don't take. But I think if you have Trevor Lawrence rated that much higher than the other quarterbacks and they give you the opportunity to do it, you consider it. You play with it. You at least see what it would look like, and I wouldn't be going more than a second for the reasons that you outlined, So it's exciting though, man.
I have to get your reaction on this because I know it's going to be priceless. All this stuff coming out, Belichick talking about Gase and Darnold, and then rumors coming out that Gase could potentially go to New England and be the quarterback's coach. That's just Belichick trolling us, right? It's got to be. There's no way.
If you want to see my honest reaction to it, I put out a video a few days ago on Jet Nation. It's called like Adam Gase, Urban Meyer, and a bunch of singing and dancing from Green Bean. You'll see the first 5 seconds of that video is my reaction. You're going to like it. I promise. Go watch that thing. Yeah, you'll see, man. I'm singing. There's all kinds of fun shit in that video. That's on Jet Nation. But yeah, man, I think it's possible too. Like, I think Belichick and Gase have grown close over the past couple of years. You remember a few weeks ago, Adam Gase was trying to convince us on how funny Belichick is. He's misunderstood, all those kinds of things. Dude, nothing would make me happier than Adam Gase going to the New England Patriots to ruin their quarterbacks. He's never done anything with any quarterback not named Peyton Manning. Never. I don't care what anybody says about anything.
What he needs to do, though, is he's not going to get a coordinator job either. I think he has to go be a position coach if he even stays in the NFL.
Yeah, he sucks, man. I still think at the end of the day, Bill Belichick's not stupid enough to do it. But if he is, I'm telling you, man, I'd make a whole video, just 5 minutes of me doing flips and cartwheels and somersaults and everything, breaking my neck. But yeah, dude, that was good news for me. There's a lot of good news coming out right now. I'm about as happy as I could get. I really am.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm going to go on to Busch Gardens, Williamsburg in a couple days and ride all the new coasters. So I'm in a good mood, buddy. I'm as happy as can be as long as they fire this guy. So we're actually going to hang out in here, MC. I'm not going to end the live stream. We're going to give it an hour or so and see if it happens so we can experience it together. Maybe you come back and hang out with us.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, dude. Hey, listen, thanks for coming on. Again, we're going to hang out here. If you got time later, give me a buzz and we'll get you back on, man. But good shit as always, buddy.
All right.
Thanks, man. I'll see you. New York Sports MC, everybody. If you haven't checked out his channel, he's another one. He's one of those guys where I usually respect and almost agree with everything he's saying more than not. You know what I mean? So I don't know. He's one of those good ones, and I respect that guy a great deal, and I happen to like him. So hopefully that was good for you guys. Wade looked like Kyle Wilson 2.0, didn't he? And let me tell you something. Sean Wade is my favorite cornerback in the draft. I like Surtain the best, but really Sean Wade was right up there, but he looked so bad the other day. So I don't know, man. But this is when it's really neat to have an actual GM and an actual staff that knows what they're doing, dude. Did you know that Terry Bradway, when Mike McCagnon came, Terry Bradway didn't even have scouts in certain areas? Did you know that? That was our GM. He didn't even have scouts in certain areas of the country. He was just looking at the same shit we're looking at, like highlight reels, and making decisions based on that. That's what we have been dealing with. Joe Douglas, Rex Hogan, Chad Alexander, Phil Savage ran the Senior Bowl. Dude, he was the executive director of the Senior Bowl. I mean, guys, we have legit dudes here. Be more happy. I know Sam sucks, dude. Jet Mess, what's up, buddy? Sam is having look, I was real happy to see him have the couple games that he did. I mean, they were very pedestrian. But, you know, it was still nice to see him actually have some decent games where he wasn't just shit in the bed. And it was even nicer to see him in the press conference, like smiling and laughing, because I like him. You know, I really do. I don't want to see the guy miserable or anything. I really don't. I don't hate him. I don't think it's his fault or anything. But you don't look good today. Let's see. Okay. Farley too. You're right. It's another one. But I like Wade. I really do. But that game, that was a big one. That was a big one. Look, Jeff, this is exactly how I see it. Thanks for the comment. I really do see it exactly like this. Like Joe Douglas, it's not just the exact move. Right? I don't agree with every move he made. I don't. But it's why and how he makes those moves that I am excited about. It's like, you know, when you look at even the 6th round pick for Nate Hairston, don't forget what it looked like on the Jets at that time. Joe Douglas was brought in. The analogy I used during my podcast was Joe Douglas was hired after free agency and after the draft. They handed him a huge 4-foot pile of horse manure in the middle of the office, gave him a toothbrush and said, please clean this room. That's what happened. You know, so he was up to his ears in failure, and he was able to call the Colts via Rex Hogan's relationship with them, and he was able to say, hey, look, I'll give you a conditional 6th round pick. I need some cornerbacks with NFL experience. I got nothing. Okay, I got Tremaine Johnson. He's an asshole. The whole thing. So he gets Nate Hairston. He plays well initially, but then fell off a cliff. But it was a conditional pick, so he got it back. He got it back for the move because the move didn't work. Dude, if you're going to take a move and make a move like that, if it fails, getting the resources you use to make the move back, what is better than that? Well, making a move that works, right? But when you can get the resource back and then get another cornerback. So he got 2 players for 1 6th round pick. Now they both happen to suck, but you got to look at the swings. Even Ryan Khalil was a great move. Didn't work. Look at Ty Johnson. Listen, Jet Engine, you tell me why we shouldn't feel that way about him. Tell me why. Give me the other side of it. I hear you. I don't think we should keep him or anything like that. But if you could give me a list of reasons why we should hate Sam, I'll listen. Tell me why he should be in a situation better than what he looks right now, and I'll bite. I'll have the conversation. Again, youngest quarterback in NFL history, given the worst offensive line in the league, 0 weapons, no quarterback coach, no offensive coordinator, and a head coach that's in way over his head. No development. We've seen him regress for 3 straight years. Why? Because of the situation that I just pointed out. Like I said, I'm not saying we should keep him or coddle him or anything, but why the fuck, man? Of course I feel for the kid. As soon as he leaves the Jets, make no mistake, I hate him. I don't like any players that are on the Jets. I don't. But this is the thing. You know, it's like, again, I don't see any reason to dislike him. He sucks. He's beaten down. He's beaten up. He doesn't even look like the same player as was there. Look at that. Look at that. That was beautiful. You see, that was incredible. That Crowder pass. Sam was trying to throw a pick there. You know, it's like, again, I'm not saying keep Sam. I'm really not. I'm not in that camp. I'm not. I think it's time for a new quarterback. This quarterback draft happens to be very strong. We're high enough in the draft to get one. You fucking take one. That's what you do. You know what I mean? So I'm not on that side of things. I understand why people feel that way. I really do, but I don't. I think, no, man, you move on. Sadly, you don't give a new head coach the responsibility. Make his first responsibility be to fix someone who's broken. That's dumb. Look at Crowder, dude. Yeah, he's dragging his foot. Dude, that's a reception. That's right. The rubber pellets are flying in the air. That's how you know he's dragging his foot. He did. This is it. And, you know, jet engine, this is the thing. Darnold looked like a very raw, talented player with potential his rookie year. Very up and down. The last 4 games after the injury, dude, he was the best quarterback in the league. Those 4 games. We go and give him Adam Gase. Adam Gase's first move is not to hire a quarterback coach. Remember what he said? He doesn't want mixed messages. He wants to be able to work with him. I've never had a quarterback this young before. I want to work with him and build him. He didn't hire a quarterback coach because he didn't want to be contradicted because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. That's what it is, guys. Right. Right, Merweed. Who's that? Herndon. Woo! And then I can't wait to get into the topic of whether or not to take a tight end in this draft. If anybody knows me, you'll love. I'm a little hard up for tight end. I'm a little into the tight ends more than most. I see a tight end as a premium position. Absolutely. That's helmet to helmet. But then they assess it on the kickoff. I mean, they add the yards to the kickoff. What good is that? Just creates a touchback. Right? These kickoff penalties are so stupid to me. It's like it doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, great. So they go back 15 yards. Like, what is it? On the kickoff. It just ends up making it a touchback. I don't know. So you said in previous. So this is the thing, right? It's very, very real. And interestingly enough, I'll actually give you a little take on Tremaine Johnson. That is not a very favorable opinion. Look at Sam. Yeah, look at all that time. You see that pocket? Boom. Oh, my God. Helmet to helmet. Holy cow, that was rough. Yeah, you got to want to see, Brian, you got to want to see Sam happy, man. You know, he's been through the worst 2 years that any of our quarterbacks have been through. He didn't suck, dude. Now, he might never have been a top 5 quarterback or top 10 quarterback. Maybe. I'm not saying he was guaranteed to be great, but come on, man. We did not do that boy any favors. But so here, I'll give you a little take on Tremaine Johnson as well. Now, Tremaine Johnson, I disliked that signing when it happened, especially for the money. I wasn't against signing him 100%, but I wasn't, but I didn't hate it, But I was anyway. I didn't love the signing for the money that we got him. But when he came, his first game as a Jet, first game against the Detroit Lions, the Sam interception for a touchdown game, all that stuff. So Tremaine Johnson got an interception and was running back and got absolutely creamed, fumbled, and got a concussion. He was out for the rest of the game. And I believe, if I remember correctly, even another game afterward, a couple games. He got injured on one hit. And like Merweed is saying right here, that was when Tremaine Johnson changed. He was done. He was never going to be the cornerback that we hoped him to be after that play. So his first game as a Jet, he got walloped, got a concussion, fumbled the ball, and that was the end. So I think it's a big deal when players get those blindside hits. Not everybody's wound to take that and just move on. They remember it forever. It's trauma. It's PTSD. So anyway, good comment, man. Good comment. Yeah, but everybody knows I'm a big tight end fan. I'm a fan of tight ends almost more than wide receivers. I would have 13 personnel all day if I could. If I had 3 tight ends worth it, like one like a Wesco super crazy blocking tight end, and then 2 guys that can block and are good receivers like a Kels, like a Kittle, like a Antonio Gates, Tony Gonzalez, one of those guys. I would put them out there before a wide receiver any day of the week because cornerbacks can't cover them. They can't. They try. They're too big. They're too strong. And if they can block and give protection and then peel off, dude, all day long. Look what Belichick did with Hernandez and Gronk. The NFL changed in response to that. That's when safeties became the premium. Everybody needed to get somebody. That's why McCagnon, it wasn't Hernandez anymore, but that's why McCagnon drafted Jamal Adams and Marcus May. He needed someone to cover these damn tight ends. Nobody can cover them. It was still stupid, don't get me wrong, but that was the thinking behind it. Who's that, Nick? Tremaine Johnson? There he goes. Look at Brian. I know. This I agree with. Wait. He's a garbage human being and surrounded himself with idiots and was afraid of getting called out by an actual competent staffer. It's the truth. Now, that said, I will tell you, I actually liked Pollock. And I liked Frazier, the assistant offensive line coach. I liked them a lot. And I thought this was a very good hiring. And I also like Greg Williams. Look at that. But the rest, like all these guys, like, dude, the fact that Gase carries Dowell Loggins around him with him, it's because Dowell Loggins thinks Gase is good. He's his yes man. He loves Adam Gase. Anything Gase say, yeah, you're the best, That's why he keeps him around. He would never bring in a quarterback coach worth of shit because he's going to tell him, dude, you're out of your mind. He would never bring in a full offensive coordinator like a Monken or something. That Monken go, what are you talking about? We're not doing that. That's stupid. Look at that. Who was that? Louvu. You guys like Frankie Louvu? Well, Brian, I think Sam's problems are fixable. Their technique. Remember when he came out of college, one of the big knocks on him was turnovers, fumbles. They changed that. Jeremy Bates fixed that with him. You know what I mean? So Sam is a hardworking young kid. He's still 23, dude. He's still the same age as guys coming out of the draft. So I think Sam Darnold, if he goes to Kyle Shanahan, he goes to Sean Payton, or he goes to like the Steelers, a team known for their development of players, I think he's going to be great in a year or two. I really do. I don't think if they take him to stardom next year, he's going to pull it just like Josh Allen crumbled in Miami. They're going to give up on him in 3 weeks. You'll see. Right, Reaper. That's funny. Cam Newton looks completely uninterested. He does. This is all so stupid. And he knows he's not even going to be on the Pats next year. It ain't happening. He's not staying. He's not. Unless they blow his doors off with money, which they're not going to. They're going to move on. This is his last game as a Patriot. Think about that. The Patriots have made it to 9 Super Bowls, won 6, made it to the playoffs for 20 consecutive years. And then Cam Newton comes, and they're out of the playoffs. Now, it's not all on him, but you know how these guys think. You know the shit they're hearing. It's Cam's fault. He's the quarterback. So think about it. You came to the Patriots, and you're the first quarterback not to make it to the playoffs in 20 years. Even Castle made it to the playoffs, right? Didn't they? They were 11-5 with Castle, I believe. Yeah, Ed. That's right. Let me tell you something. Tight ends, dude, I really hope that the coach we get understands that. When you look at Matt Campbell, look at his use of Charlie Kolar. Look at it. The guy blocks, although he did blow a big block yesterday on the 4th and goal. Look how big Josh Adams is, man. If he gets going, he's going to get 3-4 extra yards as soon as he hits somebody. That's how big he is. But when you look at Matt Campbell's use of the tight end, I love it, dude. It's the scheme of the tight end. They know how to get the tight end open after he protects the quarterback. They know how to do that. Now, if you can get a staff that has 2 tight ends, let's say it's even Chris Herndon, who's an okay blocker, right? And he wakes up, he shakes off the Adam Gase stuff, right? And you have Herndon, Wesco, who's pretty much a pure blocking tight end at this point, but can catch. He's underutilized. Dude, why? Who cares? Who cares why? These guys are just as good. So anyway, we are going to get going with the halftime festivities. First to arrive is none other than Matt O'Leary, NY. What's up, buddy?
Not too much, man. A nice drive at the end there by the Jets, but otherwise a pretty boring first half, wouldn't you say?
Oh, put me to sleep. I forgot the game was even on for a little while there.
These offenses are struggling, man. It's tough to watch.
Well, I just had a comment that said Cam Newton looks completely uninterested in this game, and I agree 100%. This is his last game as a Pat, and it's like, this is just a lot of these guys know they're not going to be here next year. So, Ryan, are you just as bored as Matt and I?
Yeah, I had my whole notepad of stuff I was going to write down. I got 2 sentences. I got Crowder saves a pick with a little timestamp, so I know where to go back to. And then I have Hewitt knocked out on first drive. He's back in there now, but I think it was Thuney that hit him, and that was my 2 notes. There's nothing else here. It's so boring. Like Green said, these guys know they're not going to be here next year, so they're just preserving their bodies.
Yeah, they're not going to go out there and get hurt. What was that note that Ryan had that one time? Someone bad. Remember that? That was his whole notes for the game. What's that?
I probably have it.
Who was that
written down? I don't know who it was.
Probably Desir or something, if I had to guess.
Yeah. Oh, it was definitely Desir bad.
Well done. Yeah. So hey, hopefully I might have a special guest coming on in a few minutes. That's going to blow your mind. Do you guys have any idea who it is? Take a guess.
GGD.
Joe Douglas.
Ooh.
Douglas. Ooh, here he comes. Both of your guesses are good but wrong. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. There he is.
Oh, my boy.
What's up?
What's good, brother?
What's up?
Hey, yo, Becca.
Hey, man. Thanks for coming on, dude. Honest to God, I want you to know that what we're thinking about you, those words I said to you earlier, they're sincere. We all think the world of you, man. We're very impressed with your Jets knowledge, and I'm just really grateful that you're able to make it on here today. So thanks for coming on. What do you think of the game?
I mean, it's kind of boring, 7-7 at halftime. I was actually hoping we would maybe get, a little more points, considering we had 20 at halftime last time we played the Patriots. But, that was with Flacco. Now Darnold's playing. But As long as we get a win.
Right, you're rooting for the win. At this point, it's like, why lose the game? Now, do you have any concern with the Pats getting a better draft pick if they lose today? Does that matter to you, or you just rather get the Jets win?
Well, I don't know if it's going to be a top, 10 pick, because I saw there was like under 1% chance they would get a top 10 pick. I don't want them to draft like Pitts or any, star-studded receivers, because that would just be bad if we don't get like a good coverage linebacker or a good corner in the upcoming, years. So it really doesn't concern me that much, especially if we get a better team than the Patriots.
Right. We don't want them getting Kyle Pitts.
No.
That would have upset me.
I do not want to watch that guy do good.
He's really good.
No. So let's do this. Does anyone have? This is a really interesting, neat time. We're at the final half of the Gase era. Okay, we're 99 and 44, 100% sure. So
I forgot to get champagne.
Yeah, I know. Number one, I'll ask each of you this: when do you think the firing happens, and what coach do you think realistically is going to end up with the job? Matt, we'll start with you.
I'm gonna say 6 p.m. tonight. They'll let him do his press conferences and talk to the team one last time. Then he gets the boot. And I think it's going to be Don Martindale, if I had to guess a favorite.
Interesting. Ryan, what do you think?
I think they'll let him know. I don't know if it'll be just before. I don't know if he'll go to the press conference first. I think it'll be today. I don't think we'll have to wait till tomorrow to hear it. And then I think the most likely head coach, God, I really want it to be Dable, really badly. Yeah. But I could see Wink, Greg Roman. I think it's gonna be someone he knows. There's gonna be some type of connection there.
Right. Awesome. Jude, what do you think? What time today, or what do you think it's today or tomorrow? And what coach do you think is most likely to join us?
I think it's going to be like today, like after the press conferences and all, like Matt said. And I think probably Greg Roman, because he has the Baltimore connection there.
Okay. Well done, my friend. Now, I'm going to say I think it's about 30 minutes after the game. We're going to hear the news. I hope he does actually address the team, but we know that's not even a guarantee. He doesn't always address the team after the game, which is crazy. But maybe they give him that half hour, go take a shower, whatever it is, and say goodbye. And then they're just going to say, hey, man, there's no reason to play games. We're going to let you go. That's my hope. And you want to know who I think is going to be our head coach? I think it's going to be Greg Roman, who, by the way, the last 4 weeks, the Ravens have quietly put up 37 points per game the last 4 weeks. So after all those couple weeks of everybody saying, oh, the Ravens suck, not the case. 37 points a game. I think it's going to be Greg Roman. I actually agree with Jude. And as you guys know, he's my number 1A. I really like Matt Campbell more. But anyway, that's pretty good. Do you think there's any chance of Sam Darnold being our quarterback next year, Jude?
I don't think there's a chance. I mean, his performance today has been sloppy. He would have had an interception if not for Crowder's acrobatic catch there. But Justin Fields just put on too good of a performance for the Jets to pass him up. I think it's really hard to pass him up right there.
Yeah, I like that. Matt, what do you think? Any chance, Sam?
Very, 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 very slim. I know everyone saw the Schefter tweet saying that they might make a big trade, or they're going to make a big trade, either the second overall pick or Sam Darnold. I mean, that's basically reporting the sun came up today. I don't quite understand why he said it like that, but I really think it's going to be Darnold getting traded. I don't see how you could stick with him.
Yeah. Ryan, any chance?
No chance. I'm hoping he goes to I think Pittsburgh's a team that you could see give up a first round pick for him. If a team were to give up a first, I don't know. I don't think there's any way he's on this team next year, though. I mean, short of an injury today, and we hold on to him to see how he does in preseason, like Teddy or something like that. But I don't see it.
Yeah. So I'm really curious. I know us three, we've been talking a lot, Matt, Ryan, and myself, the last few days. We did that 4.5 hour live, called a live stream the other day. it's funny, I went back and looked at it. We sounded pretty good. We came through better than I thought we were coming through. So I don't know what everybody's complaining about. They're a bunch of whiners.
But, I just bought I bought 32 gigs of RAM for my computer too. So hopefully
there we go.
The lag.
Additional RAM. So what are you up to? 60?
40 gigs now.
Oh, okay, good for you. Yeah, it's necessary. I bought a new computer for that exact reason this year. But so I know we've been talking a lot, but I want to just, before we go back to this Boar Fest, I want to see, so if we all pretty much agree that we're going to take a quarterback with number 1. What do we see as in this chat, we've been talking about this for pretty detailed for a while. Who do you guys think positionally, you don't have to get to the player necessarily, but what do you think realistically the second first-round pick is going to be? Jude, we'll start with you.
I think it's either going to be Wilson or Fields. I think probably Fields because of the great performance and all. But I wouldn't be surprised if Joe Douglas takes Sewell with the number 2 overall pick because he likes offensive linemen. And it's really going to be up to the head coach if he wants to keep Darnold or not.
Right, but who do you think? So if we draft a quarterback with that first round pick,
right.
What do you think the second first round pick's going to be used for?
I think the edge rusher out of Georgia, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he had like 3 sacks or something against Cincinnati in the bowl game. It was really impressive. So I think either him or maybe a corner or another offensive lineman.
I like it. Matt, what do you think? Realistically.
I think guard. I think we saw today how bad the guard play has been for this team this year, and I think they're going to try to improve that. I'm praying that Wyatt Davis makes it to the Seattle pick.
Oh, Ryan, what do you think?
Yeah, I'll say if Wyatt Davis makes it there, I could see that being the pick. If not, I think it's going to be an edge rusher or a corner. I don't think we go wide receiver in the first round. I think there's so many good wide receivers in free agency, and we have so much cap space. I think we're going to go receiver in free agency. We might even double dip at free agent wide receiver.
Oh, wow.
So I would say corner, edge, guard if the value's there. That'd be my thought process at least.
Yeah, interesting. I'll tell you, man, I'm actually thinking it's going to be a guard or edge rusher, and I feel so good about that being the case. Either one I would be happy with, and I think it's all about who drops. But if Patrick Jones is there, I got this weird feeling that the Jets want Patrick Jones. I don't know. I don't have no information to support it. None. But I have this very strong feeling that the Jets want Patrick Jones, probably because that's who I want. But if he's there, I think Joe Douglas pounces. But if Wyatt Davis is there, I think he pounces on him. So, guys, tell my chat, there's a lot of tentative excitement. It's like we're kind of afraid to be excited. Are you guys legitimately excited for this offseason to be, it'll begin today, but are you excited? Do you think we're going to blow it? Or is it worthy of us being this excited for the offseason? Do you think it's real? Ryan, what do you think?
I'm so excited. This is the most excited I've been for an offseason since Sam Darnold's rookie year. Since we kind of went in and we thought we might get a good head coach, and I trust Douglas to make the right decision. Even if the pick is someone I don't necessarily want or a player I don't necessarily want, I'm going to trust his judgment. And I'm just looking forward to a lot of money, a lot of picks, a lot of things that could happen.
Yeah. That's so cool. Jude, what do you think? Are you excited? Is this warranted, our excitement?
I think we should be excited because Joe Douglas is a legit guy other than, McCannigan and everything. We have a lot of money. I think we should be excited for this offseason.
Oh, McCannigan. I even like how you said that. I like the little twists, of that. But yeah, man, I am so excited. Just like Ryan said. Matt, did I already ask you? Are you excited too? Did I get to you?
No, I'm very excited for this. I think you have 2 great quarterback prospects who could be there at number 2. It's going to be a new head coaching search, a ton of money, a ton of draft assets. It's going to be a huge offseason for the Jets. I'm so excited.
Woo! I know, me too. I would love it if we hired a coach today and just said, we've been working on this since the Denver game. You know what I mean? This is who we're bringing on. I would love it. But yeah, I'm really excited. So let's do this before you go. Why don't you tell everybody, we got just about 100 people in here right now. So you want to tell everybody where, what's going on? You got any plugs you want? Ryan, you want to start? What do you got?
Yeah, I'll be doing a post game after the show, or not after show, after the game. I don't know what I'm really going to be saying. There's nothing really to say. My 5 takeaways are going to be pretty tough. But yeah, make sure you guys tune in. We're going to be doing the national championship game on January 11th. So make sure you watch out for that. That'll be fun again.
Awesome, Jude. What do you got? Tell people what you got coming up and what they should be excited about for you.
I do my post-game thoughts after the game, and then all throughout the week I kind of report on like little bits of news. I do the injury report. Well, it's not going to be the injury report this week now the season's over, but I kind of just like give little bits of news all throughout the week, and then on the weekends I do the preview and the post-game thoughts.
So what is your channel? Where can they find you, Jude?
You can search up Jude Jets and it'll appear. It's New York Jets news. It's kind of like a glitch to where you search in New York Jets news and it doesn't pop up. So you search in Jude Jets and it should pop up in the search bar.
Right, and I'm telling you guys, this guy, he's legit. As you could probably pick up, we don't just have him on here because he's a good-looking kid. He actually knows his stuff. He's got good takes. I'm telling you, he's impressive. We're probably going to work with him a lot more. Go to look in the search engine, the search bar on YouTube, and type in Jude Jets and give this guy a sub because it's worth it. You won't be disappointed. Matt, what do you got going on?
Yeah, post-game reaction coming after today. Adam Gase getting fired reaction is going to be fun. And then new episode of Just Jets drops on Wednesday. So call in, get me your voicemail, answer it up on the show.
Awesome. I listen to Matt's podcast every single week. It's quite literally our favorite over here, my son and I.
Thank you.
And when it's Tuesday and I want Jets news, I'm pissed that it's not Wednesday. That's the honest truth. I wait for it. But you guys are the best. I look forward to this offseason. Thank you all for coming on. Jude, welcome to the crew, man. We love having you here, and we'll look forward to getting you in some loops moving forward as well. But thanks, guys. Have a great rest of the game.
Take it easy, guys. Thanks for having us on.
You too.
See you.
Bye.
See ya. What do you think of Jude Jets, everybody? I'm telling you, I was turned on to that guy just about 2 days ago, and I was like, oh yeah, like I saw him, I was like, so maybe a cute factor or something, but he actually knows what he's talking about, and I was blown away. I was impressed. He's way ahead of where I was at that age, I'll tell you that. So if you guys have a moment, go over to Jude Jets on YouTube and give him a sub. I'm sure he would appreciate it, and you'll get some good entertainment. He's a good one, and I'm going to try to work out some more things with him moving forward as well, because I think he's got interesting points of view. So, anywho, the game is back on. Look at Perryman. Look at this. Right, isn't he? That's a cool kid right there. Thanks, Reaper. So we'll, Asylum Reaper does a podcast as well. You see him on the comment on the that I have highlighted on the screen right now. Reaper, why don't you give everybody the information for the show tonight so we can tell people what time and where to go and all that sort of stuff. What do you think? You want to help us out, and I'll put the comment up. Yeah, Greg, I completely agree. Jeff, thank you. Jeffrey Reed already subscribed. That's awesome. I will have to make a determination on Jude. Already subscribed. Nice. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? This offseason will tell a lot about Joe D. Now, that I agree with. Now, clearly, I'm on the side of things where I believe in him. I think we're going to have a strong offseason that we can be proud of. But if he doesn't have a strong offseason, we're going to know a lot about him on that in that respect as well. I am so excited. I finally feel confident in a GM. Like, let me tell you guys, when I would see the draft, like our GM making the picks that he's made or making, and the trades, like, trading back 20 spots in the fourth to get to gain 10 in the fifth. Like, I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me. Trading up, using a 7th round pick to trade up one spot in the third to grab a guy that was a reach, like in Chuma Edoga. Like, there are guys out there that don't know what they're doing, and a lot of them have been right here in charge of our Jets fandom. So the fact that we have Joe Douglas, when I watch his moves, it just makes me feel like it's close to what I was thinking. It's close to what we are talking about as a fan base. It doesn't seem emotional. It seems intellectual, like it seems constructive. Let's see. Did we score? Josh Adams, get in there. Just short. Just short. Hold on, guys. All right. There he goes. And I like that they gave it to Josh Adams too. You know what I mean? Like he got there. He had, he had some good stuff up to this point. Let him get in the end zone. Let him get his touchdown in week 17 of the NFL. Nice. Oh, Becton's down. What do you mean? Let me watch this. Just get Becton out of there, for God's sakes. That's what I think. Play Josh Andrews, or what's the guy's name? We just re-signed him. What the hell was his name again? Not McGovern. McDermott. Right. You think so, Charlie? Charlie Gardner is saying stick with Sam. I have to say I respectfully disagree. Like I said, and I think the number one reason, not that I don't like Sam, but I think if you really watch what he's been able to do this year, he's in a hole, man. He's in big trouble, and you don't want to hire a brand new head coach and make his first responsibility be to fix something that's broken. So I think that's really what it boils down to. You got to be systematic. You got to give yourself the best chance to succeed. It just so happens we have the number 2 pick, and there are 3 quarterbacks up there, really 4 when you consider Trey Lance, even though he needs maybe a little bit more time. But you got 4 very impressive quarterbacks, and you're up there, so you take one. Like, that's just how I see it. Yep, and Jeffrey Reed is correct. This is how I see it. Gase ruined Sam. Sam needed some real development. A la Andy Reid. Like, he needed real development. He was a raw prospect. He needed that. And instead, we gave him no quarterback coach, no offensive coordinator, an egocentric coach that's not very good, and the 32nd ranked offensive line in the league. I mean, I don't know. And no receivers. I mean, we gave him Mims this year. Crowder was obviously there last year. Crowder's a good receiver, man. But he's not, he's a possession slot. He's very good. I love him. But, when you're looking at Crowder, Berrios, Malloy, Hogan, all these cats, I don't know what we expect. Now, look, just like Joe said, and this I'll keep on Charlie Gardner's point. If the new coach, like let's say just for example, we hire Greg Roman, and Greg Roman says, Joe, listen, Sam Darnold's the guy. He's the best quarterback. He's better than anybody in this draft right now, and I can fix him. I already know what to do with him. I'm going to make him the best quarterback in the league. Okay, maybe you take a Mac Jones in the second, just as an insurance. Maybe you take Kyle Trask, let him develop, so you got James Morgan, Mac Jones, or Trask. Even Jamie Newman. Is it Newmar? I think it is. Let me see real quick. I think it's Newman or Newmar, but I was looking at him last week, and I got to say I was impressed from Georgia. So you do that as an insurance policy. I wouldn't be against it if that's the way Jamie Newman, I know, but he's walking off, guys, so he's fine. What happened? Yeah, it was a touchdown from Josh Adams, and Becton got rolled. You know who else I like? And I was, I don't love him, but like, say, for example, we hire Matt Campbell. Brock Purdy has some fight in him, man. He's got a nice ball, and I think that he would be a good one in the later rounds, 4th, 5th round quarterback. Bring in as an insurance policy if you do, in fact, stick with Sam, like if the head coach wants him. No, I want Sam Darnold. Okay. Nice. Thank you, Skeptical. If everybody, one last time, if you got the opportunity to go and subscribe to Jude Jets. That would be appreciated. Now, I'm going to bring somebody else on real quick. She just popped in. I'm going to bring in the very famous Aunt Gina. Aunt Gina, as many of you know, is the reason I'm a Jets fan. So she's the one who did it to me. She grabbed an unsuspecting little child and she brought him over to the green and white. Aunt Gina, how you doing, man?
Hi, everybody. I'm doing good. This is fun.
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah, it
watching
is
you
fun.
all season on my phone. And then I can't get a Jets game down in South Carolina. So I switch off, watch a play of the Jets and come back. And then I watch the Panthers. Right now I'm in New Jersey and I'm still watching the game on my phone because they're watching a movie. So I just signed on.
Don't they understand?
No,
That's the problem with
They
children.
don't get it. I know. It's funny you said that. I drive Gina to the Jets games, because I remember being a little girl and sitting with my father watching the Chiefs, because that's what everybody called them, and watching a Washington. He was a Giants fan. I came up, I dated a guy that was playing to try to get on the Jets team. So Uncle Vinny took me out to Long Island so that I could watch them practice. Then he gave me $4 seat tickets, my first Jet game ever. And we went. I took a couple of friends. We had a blast. I didn't make the team, but after that, I was a Jet fan forever. And yes, I kind of warped your mind. I warped Anthony's mind. I warped his.
Yeah.
And then when it came to Krista, she hated football because all I did was yell and scream at the football games. And she got
That's right.
scared.
Yeah, she's like, you don't exactly look happy with this decision. You look pretty unhappy to me. I know. I remember you guys, and I said this in the podcast, my episode 1 of the podcast. I remember Aunt Gina took me in Belleville, New Jersey, to a bar at a restaurant called the Ground Round. What street was that on? What is that?
I think it was Geralman. Might have been Geralman. Might have been.
Yeah.
If it wasn't Geralman, it was probably Washington Ave. There used to be a pub down
I think it was Washington Ave. Yeah, so we went to Washington Ave. I was a little tiny. I was 10 years old, and she brought me, and we watched the Miami Dolphins beat us in the AFC Championship game in the game known as the Mud Bowl. And for some reason, there were some Miami fans in there, and I didn't like how they were putting the Jets down. And I got very defensive for my first game as a Jets fan, and that was it. I'm like, that's it. I hate
and
Miami.
From then on.
That's it.
Yeah,
I've been stuck.
From then on. That could, it's so fun.
So yeah, I wanted everybody to meet you. This is the Aunt Gina. So for week 17, she's been hanging out with us every single week in the chat. Like she said, she watches 5 minutes of the Jets. Then she comes over and watches is able to hang out in the chat. So she's about as committed to the New York Jets as any one of us. And I can't be more grateful to have you in my life. And here we are. Now my name is Green Bean somehow. And we're having a good time, but it's going to be a good off season, Gene. I believe that.
I'm excited for it, just like everybody was saying. And that kid Jude is so cool. It's like,
isn't Jude cool?
It's just like you were. You were cool too.
Right.
I do every place.
Yeah.
You were such a cool kid.
Right.
So,
see, that's it. I was just like Jude. Just like Jude. He's better than I was, though. That's an impressive young man right there. Right. But listen, Gene, I'm going to get back to the game, but I'm so glad that you were able to pop in and say hello. Everybody, that's Aunt Gina. The reason I'm a Jets fan. I love you too, Gene. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. Aunt Gina, everybody. Gina Arena, as she is in the chat when she pops in. I know, Ed, right? The Mud Bowl. You were there? You were at the game, Ed? Oh, my God. Richard Todd threw that game for the big bucks. I'm telling you, man, it sure as hell looked like it. It sure as hell looked like it. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, Kung Fu, is that I don't think Sewell is the guy you need to get in response to what you're saying. Like, you don't, in my opinion, you don't bypass a quarterback when you need a quarterback for a tackle when there are other tackles that are almost as good. You know what I mean? That's just how I see it. It's playing the averages. It's playing the streaks and tendencies of the draft and what the draft offers you. So you're not going to get a quarterback to the same skill level. Oh my God, look at that fumble. The same skill level that of Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Wilson, or Trey Lance at the end of the first. They're not going to be there, right? 99%. They're not going to be there. But who will be there is Samuel Cosme, Walker Little, and Leatherwood, and a bunch of others that are going to be very, very good pros. I'd probably stay away from Leatherwood. I had somebody keyed me in on something to look at, and I watched him, but I still think he's good. Let's even take a look at who else we got. Some guys that are a little bit lesser known. Yeah, look, Cosme. Oh, Christian Darrisaw from Virginia Tech, right? Jalen Mayfield, another one. Liam Eichenberg. Rashawn Slater from Northwestern. Let me tell you something. Pat Fitzgerald is a very, very is that Northwest? But anyway, let me just say Rashawn Slater is a guy that you're going to see climbing the ranks, just like Mekhi Becton did at the end of last, in the combine and all that. You're going to see Rashawn Slater climbing the boards potentially into the first round, maybe second or what have you. But the thing is that you're going to be able to get these guys later. I don't think Becton's injury prone. He's only missed a game or two. And we have the worst training staff in the NFL from the way I see it. But I hear you. It's valid. It's valid conversation. Valid conversation. What's up, Holton? There you are. There you are, buddy. It's good to see you. I'm not trading for Julio. I know I would never trade for. I wouldn't do it. You got to think if the Falcons are thinking it's time to rebuild. Now Julio Jones's contract isn't, really that bad as far as number one, premier wide receivers go. But if the Falcons are willing to move on, we're not one player away. Let's not forget that. Julio Jones is not going to be the player that, that the last piece, let's say. It's not real. So why would we take their garbage, for lack of a better term, why would we take their garbage when they're trying to rebuild when we're trying to rebuild? You don't give up draft assets for a 33-year-old or something, 33-year-old wide receiver that's expensive when you can grab Rondell Moore and maybe even in the third. Seth Williams. If you guys aren't aware of Seth Williams yet, take a look. Sage Surratt. These guys are legit, man, at least from what I'm seeing so far. I dug into Seth Williams very sporadically, very organic. I just ended up digging into him for an hour and a half one night. And I love him, man. He's got very strong hands. I love hands receivers. I'll say it over and over and over again. It's very important. I love the way receivers high point balls. It's very important to me. They're obviously their route running and all that sort of stuff, but strength and hands. What do they do with their hands? Who is that? Okay. So let's see here. Oh, let me tell you something. I was not all that impressed with Chris Olave up until Friday night's game. I hate guys, when you look at one game, and change your opinion on him. He's good, but he wasn't one of the guys I wanted near the top. But I got to say, I changed my mind. I was very impressed with Olave the other night. But yeah, man, look, you look at the guys up top: Jamar Chase, Devontae Smith, Rashad Bateman, Terrence Marshall, another one. LSU is going to have two wide receivers coming in the first round. What does that tell you about that offense, huh? But you got a lot of guys that are going to be up top. And then, but getting these guys, the receivers, later because of what you're doing on the front end of the draft with quarterback, pass rusher, and offensive line, that's where you need it. And then you can make the argument cornerback up there. Me, personally, I wouldn't do it. I would wait till my first or second, third for a quarterback. My third round would be a wide receiver and a cornerback. And I would be looking to grab Seth Williams, Sage Surratt if they make it down there, Amon-Ra St. Brown from USC, Tylan Wallace. those types of guys in the third. So third would be cornerback and wide receiver for me. Up to that point, I'd be quarterback, edge rusher, and an offensive line, offensive guard. I would tell you, I want a guard or a center. That's what I want. Isn't he, dude? I'm telling you, Seth Williams, 6'3", super strong hands. He's 225 pounds. I'm telling you, man, that guy is he's gonna sneak up. That's the scary part, is that he's gonna sneak up like Chase Claypool did last year. Look at Sam. Come on, guy. That's right. He should have thrown it. I'll tell you what I do like right now. Our running backs, these kids know, I shouldn't call them kids, these young men know that this is their opportunity. Today is their opportunity to make a case going into the offseason. You don't need to spend a high draft pick on a running back. You don't need it. I'm here. That's the that's what they're doing. And I love the sound of like shoulder pads and helmets clashing. I just love it. I get all psyched up, want to punch somebody in the back of the head. The back of the head. I'm old. But it gets me all psyched up. But Ty Johnson and Josh Adams are making a case for themselves. P. Ryan's going to be here a minute. I think he's, another one that he's better than he has shown. He's had some flashes and stuff, but I think Gase doesn't like him for some reason, and he just does that. He just doesn't. Gase gets hairs up his ass. That's why I hate him, man. He won't do what's right for the team because of feelings that he has. And I just, can't wait to see him gone and then see these guys with an opportunity with a real head coach that's just going to judge them on impact and talent and those types of things. I think Ty Johnson might be the real deal too. I don't see him being, top 3 back in the league or anything like that. Alvin Kamara or anything. But I think he's good. Oh, you did? All right, Reaper. Let me see here. Let's see what's going on over here. Where are you? All right, hold on. Yeah, that sounds good. Let me see if I can do this for you. Hold on, guys. Bear with me. I'm going to have to take a pee-pee break anyway. In just a minute. I'm blasting back these energy drinks. What the hell's going on here? Shush you. All right, Reaper, I just responded, okay? Yep, right, Ed. I'm telling you, I usually agree with me. It's pretty cool. Most of the things I say, I tend to feel very strongly that that guy's right. I'm like, you know what? I like that. I like that idea. I know. Holton, don't let it be lost on you. Look at that. Look at Berrios. You fumble? No. Berrios has lightning speed. You hear this shit? These guys don't know anything. Lightning speed. He's got some speed. What's Berrios' 40 time? Anybody know? I don't know if I label him lightning, right? Yeah, I agree, Kevin Randall. I was also impressed, but it's one of those plays where it's like the draw play. It's like, yeah, of course they get a nice chunk of yards, but did he get the first down? No, because it's a low percentage play. It was a nice run, but it was doomed. You know, they'll give you the 10 yards on a third and or a fourth or whatever, a third and 15. I'll give you 13 yards. Sure, I don't care. That's right. It's just like, like when you think about these things, like the Jets fans have had to endure over the years, about like, well, he's really good in this and he does a good job. But it's like teams will let you do that, but we don't win. Like Parcells would say, you are what your record says you are. That's it. And it's like we have all these moral victories and all this kinds of stuff going on. But the truth is that our players don't do enough to win. Our coaches don't do enough to win. And that's the key. That's the goal, is to win. So when we're not doing enough to win with all these moral victories, like we lost by 2 points. Yeah, we needed 3 more points, didn't we? It was a 3rd and 24 and you got 21 yards. Oh, it was a great play, 21 yards. Yeah, but we needed 24. So the defense let you get that. They don't care. They don't care if you got 21. And that's the thing, is having people that actually understand that shit. Oh my God, look at that. That was Huff again. Bryce Huff again, everybody. That's the dude. That's right. The last half of the Adam Gase era is underway. We're watching an undrafted free agent edge rusher named Bryce Huff get sacks. Come on. 4.4 is pretty good, John, then. And I stand corrected. I thought he was more of a 4.5 guy. Was it like high 4s? High 4.4s? He's fast, but, anyway. It's not a hill I want to die on. You know who I want at safety? You ready? I'll give you guys some nuggets. Okay, you ready? I want Isaiah Palamau from USC. He's a secret gem of this draft, like Kenny Willekes was, and Donovan Peoples-Jones and Bryce Hall and all that kind of stuff. Even Lamar Jackson, who I liked. But Isaiah Palamau, I want him as a safety. Look at this. Who's that? Henry Anderson? Coming out of the dark? No, Hager. Hager and Basham. What is that? All right, Basham. Cut it out with the goddamn whatever that was. So anyway, I want Isaiah Palamau, and here's this guy I want in the 5th or 5th to 7th. I think it's probably going to be a 6th. Another UVA guy. You guys know how much I like Charles Snowden from UVA. I think he's going to skyrocket up the charts during the combine and pro days and stuff because he's super athletic and super strong. He's got that really tight butt, like basketball build, really long and strong. 6'7". You guys know how much I like him. But there's another guy. His name is Blunt. It's spelled Blount from UVA. And man, do I like him. Joey Blunt from UVA. He's, again, these are guys, we're going to get him later, but they're the kind of guys that I think in a year, maybe 2, they're like the Victor Green types and, and that kind of guy. Like, so the guys that you draft in, 4th to the end of the draft and you get them in, and they end up being worthy of first-round picks as far as our NFL production. But you just wouldn't spend a first-round pick on them because, you don't need to. But Joey Blunt and Isaiah Palamau. Check them out. Check them out, everybody. Those are my dudes. J-Mac, you're funny. How do you know I don't have a catheter in? I might be all kinds of freaky. I don't. Right. This is well said, Jets mess. We're the nice guys. Oh, Mollett, come on, buddy. Marcus May's not letting that happen. Okay. Cisco, I'm not really Syracuse. I don't know. I haven't dug in. I haven't really looked into the safeties very much. Like I said, I did some. Isaiah Palamau's a guy I stumbled on maybe 2 months ago, and I was lucky enough to be able to watch some game film, like some live action with him, and he did well, and some game tape. And I like him. I think he's one of those guys. He'll be a late round pick, and he'll be better than a lot of the guys taken before him. Take a look. But Cisco is highly regarded. I haven't watched any of him, other than knowing his name. You know what I'm saying? So forgive me, but I'm just not there yet. Yes, I would. Joe Montori, this is exactly right. I would resign May and pick someone in the draft, but a later round. You have Ashton Davis. Look at this. Going to throw it. How the hell do you guys fall for that? You know what I mean? Frank Bush. You got to have an intelligent defense, guys. You got to have people who stick to their roles. Stay in your lane. If you do your job, that shit doesn't happen. Just want you to know that. Yeah, why are you following the guy heading into the safety zone? Why? Yeah, listen, let me tell you something about, let me tell you this. Hi, Kung Fu. This is an interesting thought. It's an interesting thought because this is what we could have and should have done when Idzik traded Revis to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for a first and a third overall pick that would turn into a fourth if they didn't re-sign him, which they didn't, and we got a fourth. So we got a first and a fourth, a number 9 overall pick, and a fourth rounder for Darrelle Revis. They cut him the next year. What Idzik should have done was snatched Revis up right then, and then it would have been them giving us 2 picks for the right to rehab Revis, who was coming off of a knee reconstructive surgery, right? So, but he didn't. He let him go to the Patriots. They won a Super Bowl, and then we signed him the next year like a bunch of idiots. So that would have been the thing to do. Now, with Jamal Adams, number one, Seattle's not going to give him what he wants. He's happy there, so maybe he takes less. I struggle to believe that, but it's possible. But the thing is with Jamal Adams is I don't want Jamal Adams. If somebody can tell me where and how he impacts the game on a consistent basis, we can have that conversation. Jamal Adams last year here, 2019, he had 6.5 sacks. He was just about to break the record for the most sacks in by a defensive back in NFL history. But 5 of those sacks came in 2 games, one versus the Giants and one versus the Washington Redskins at the time, the football team, right? So we got 5 sacks against 2 rookie quarterbacks with terribly porous offensive lines. 5 sacks in 2 games, 1.5 sacks in 13 games. So where is it? He doesn't get interceptions. The only interception he got last year was against Jared Stidham in garbage time against the Patriots. He's never picked off a starting quarterback in the NFL in 4 years. Never. He's dropped more interceptions this year than anybody else in the league at the position, right? Dropped, like flat out dropped. So Adams is going to want more than likely anywhere from $15 to $20 million per year, and he does not impact the game. So, and he's a loudmouth, and he's a crybaby, and he's really emotionally based, and he throws people under the bus. And so while I do agree with the thought it would be cool to get 2 number 1 picks and a third and all that for him, and then get him back a year later, that would be fun, but I don't want him. I actually agree, Reaper. Look, Thune, this is the thing, and this is what I was saying about Greg Roman. It's the same thing. The guy, Thune has a resume. Never gets penalties. Never misses games. Okay? Because he's playing poorly today, because he doesn't give a shit, because they're not going anywhere and he's not going to hurt himself, doesn't mean that he's not worth every penny that he's going to get. He is. Same thing with Greg Roman versus the guys like Arthur Smith or Daboll or Brady and everything. Greg Roman has been doing this forever. and with high level success, Super Bowl success. And then because Lamar Jackson comes out and says people are calling out our plays, he went from like a top 3 consideration all the way to like off people's lists. It's like, why? Everybody's spotty. Everybody has streaks, peaks and valleys, everybody. But he has a resume long enough to support what we're talking about. Same thing with Joe Thuney. Well said, Jimmy. J-Mac. I know. It's funny. I just talked for like 8 minutes on Jamal Adams, and J-Mac comes out and says, F Jamal. Like, yeah, I could have just said that. Look, yeah, Kung Fu too. Right. Yeah, I guess so. He's a dick. Yeah, I could have just made it easy. So, guys, I'm going to take PP break number 1. I made it to the end of the 3rd. Not bad. Not bad. I'll be right back, and then I'll have another special guest for you guys. And I'll leave you. Let me put an overlay on there. So whatever. Boom. What do you think of this guy? Yeah. Wait, hold on. That was my Christmas card, if you guys don't know. That was a Shitters Full from Christmas Vacation. So I'll leave you with that overlay, but I'll throw this video on there for you. Right back.
Now I'm about, I'd say 5 or 6 feet in the air. And I'm screaming to now I'm about
All right, I guess that ain't working. Look, you get to stare at my face for a little while. I'll throw up a different pic. I'm having issues. Here you go. This was the day I met Rex Ryan. Here we go. I'm lucky I'm this good on the internet, so take this. I'll be right back. All right, what'd I miss? What'd I miss? I heard there might have been an interception. I'd like to see the replay. I didn't see it. So it was a poor decision, huh? Tell me, somebody break it down. What was it, like threw it into double coverage or anything like that? What happened in San Francisco with Roman Batista? Tell me. Let's see here. We need coaching, game plan, and the right coordinator. We are now playing on pure raw talent. We will have the picks and the talent unless we hire the right head coach. It's all hypothetical. Yeah, I agree. And I get it. You have a show to run, by the way. Sam is here to stay. So, Alfredo, let's see here. I'm trying to get your comment up. It won't pop up for some reason. Maybe it's too long. So let me see what happens. I'm not sure what you're getting at. The pick? Did that pick help your comment, or what do you think? There it is. Sorry, buddy. So it happens, my friend, because we need a coaching game plan, the right coordinator. We are now playing on pure raw talent. We'll have the picks and talent. Unless we hire the right coach, it's all hypothetical, right? And I get it. You have a show to run, but by the way, Sam is here to stay. Yeah, I don't know. I think I understand what you're saying, but I think you're incorrect. I get it, and I'm with you on the coach being the most important thing. But when you look at who's really available, there are guys that have been doing this for a long time, and there are guys who are what the term I like to use is flash in the pan. And there, so it's not to say that, like, Brady's a good example. It's not to say that Brady can't be a great coach. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's more likely to fail in New York than it is to make it. We've been here before. We've done this 7 times. I've been watching the Jets since 1982. Guys like Greg Tarr and Ed Stewart, these guys are before me. So, like, we've seen this fucking play before. Pardon my French. We've seen it. Joe Brady came out of nowhere. Everybody, Joe Brady'd be great. Take Joe Brady and Wilson, and yeah, I get it. I understand the whys of it, and I understand, where it comes from. I get it. Me, I'm done with that shit, man. I want a guy who's been in the NFL at a high level, successful at what he's doing, working with the right guys under both Harbaughs for a decade almost. That's who I want. That's the type of guy I want. Or like a Matt Campbell. He took the Toledo University team, made it from a non-entity, and brought them championships. Went over to, completely rebuilt their program to respectability. Went to Iowa State. They were a laughingstock. They were a place that players went to die. And he brought them bowl games and championships. And he completely rebuilt the entire place where people are. They actually have some recruiting going on right now. Yeah, come on, Reaper. You can come on, buddy. Right. You know what's funny? I actually like Rob Saleh. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like that's the way we're going to go. I don't know. What was that? Cam Newton lighting us up all of a sudden. There you go, Sam. Come on, buddy. All right, guys, I'm going to bring on one of your own, Asylum Reaper, Mr. Jimmy Two-Time. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
What's going on, man? Can you hear me okay?
Just hanging out.
Excellent.
Yeah, I hear you great. You sound awesome. Perfect. So, look, Jimmy's actually a content creator himself. Take a second, if you don't mind, and let us know what it is that you're into and what's going on over on your side of the tracks there.
Well, right now I'm actually a co-host on a show called Weapons Hot, and we air every Sunday, off season, regular season, doesn't matter. We're on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network, and it's actually a growing, we don't call it a podcast network because everybody does podcasts. We're actually a live video sports network, and we have bunch of different shows covering all sorts of sports, covering all sorts of teams. We have content creators in Cincinnati. We have content creators in San Diego, New York. I'm personally in Idaho, but originally from Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm originally from Brooklyn, so I've been a Jets fan my whole life. And I do primarily, I'm the numbers guy on Weapons Hot. So I'm the stats guy. I'm the offseason guy. What should we do in free agency? What should we do for the draft? What should we do with this coach, that coach, this coordinator, that stuff? So, yeah, that's kind of what I do. I have a passion for that type of stuff. I have a passion for like the behind the scenes, the off-season moves, the front office stuff. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. I didn't know you were in Idaho. I've been to Idaho twice in the past little while. I actually did the Snake River, Hell's Canyon.
Hey, there you go.
And then we just yeah, man, 5 days on the Snake. It was incredible. But we hung out in Boise for a while, and then I actually did some boondocking. But boondocking is when you park the RV with no power, no electricity, no sewer, no water, and you just park there and live for a few days just on what you have with you. And I did that right on the southern end of the snake as well. I love Idaho, man. Where you at over there?
I'm actually just moved. Like I don't have the full setup done. Like the walls need to be redone and my setup needs to be done. But I'm actually in Boise. Just moved here a couple days ago, and it's only for a little while. Actually, I'm going to be in Indiana this next summer. So before the next Jet season, I'll be in Indiana. So I'll be wherever the Jets have games coming up in that area: Detroit, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Cleveland, wherever that happens to be. Then I'm going to be at the games.
That's awesome. So when you talk now, just correct me if I'm wrong. It's the World Sports Network. Is that what you said the title is?
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. You can get us online, worldwidesportsradio.com, and that'll list all the shows and stuff like that are on the platform. You can go directly to our show tonight at Worldwide Sports Radio Network or worldwidesportsradio.com/weaponshot. You can watch us on Facebook. You can watch us on pretty much anywhere you get podcasts, but that's where the prime thing is. We actually also have an app, a free app that you can download and get access to all of it for free.
And what's that? Is it called Worldwide Sports Radio Network?
Yes. It'll be like you'll go to your Play Store, whether it's Android or iPhone. You can go to your Play Store. You just type in Worldwide Sports Radio Network, and you can download the free app. It'll be like a blue W on a black background. You can't miss it.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that tonight. I'll actually, as soon as we're done here, I'll download the app so I can join in on there. So, and we'll tell everybody. It just so happens that Jimmy has asked me to be a guest on one of the shows tonight. So that's at 7 p.m. We're going to continue we're going to continue the conversation, and it might even be that Gase is gone by then.
Oh, man.
So that's what we're hoping.
Gase.
Wouldn't that be a good time? So, Jimmy, why don't you tell me, what do you see as moving into today? It's going to be the end of the Gase era, most likely. What do you see happening, head coach, and when, and how do you see the first chunk of this offseason going down from your vantage point?
I'll start it off by the realistic predictions. I think we're going to grab Greg Roman. I agree with you 100% on that. I think that the little lull in production that they had this year was Greg Roman kind of revamping how things are, because they're not the same Baltimore team that they were at the very beginning of the year or last year. And he's been able to correct a few mistakes and get some stuff done. So I think Greg Roman's a really reliable option. Coordinators, I haven't really delved too deep into who wants to be a coordinator. I have a problem with the mindset that offensive or defensive coordinators are eventually going to be coaches. I don't see that being a reality. I think that, if you're good at your job, and it's a completely different animal to run a team rather than run an offense or run a defense. So, I mean, I haven't delved too much into who would want to come as a lateral move or a position coach jumping up to a coordinator spot. I would love to get Kafka, but I don't see that happening. Bieniemy, I don't either. But I don't want a former running back turned running backs coach turned offensive coordinator grooming a rookie quarterback or fixing Sam Darnold if that's where the route we end up going. I just don't see that being a good fit. So we need somebody that's going to work well with quarterbacks. But I think,
and that's a good point. Wait, so that's a good point. It's like a lot of people, and it's fine. As fans, we don't have to know every detail and all that kind of shit. But a lot of people make these decisions emotionally, and they don't really know how the person got to there for consideration. And when you look at their lineage, their history, who did they train underneath? What did that look like? Where did they come from? What's their philosophy? A lot of times you find out that guys you think you like, you're like, oh, I don't like that at all, actually. That's the opposite of what I want or what the Jets need. Like when you looked at Adam Gase, Chris Johnson accepted that phone call and made the decision based on Peyton Manning's recommendation. It did not fit. It did not fit what the Jets needed at that time. They tried to make it look like they did, but I think a lot of fans make those assumptions with some the more popular names, and they don't really know how the guy got there. And if they did, they might change their minds. Do you agree?
Oh, I absolutely agree, and I think it works for coaches and coordinators just as much as it works on. As you can say the same thing about players. I did not want to give Jadeveon Clowney $20 million for 3 sacks a year, just like I didn't want to give $20 million to Jamal Adams for 4 sacks a year. Like if you're gonna call, he's good in the sense of he's listed as a safety. That's the only reason Jamal Adams is good. Okay, if you say he's a safety, then he's a bad safety because he can't cover. If you say he's a hybrid linebacker, then he's a bad hybrid linebacker because he doesn't get the numbers. He doesn't get the sacks. So there's nothing about him in any sense of the word that deserves that kind of money. And he was too much of a headache. But I think people hear the names and the more I wrote an article for Truth Serum Football. I also write for truthserumfootball.com. And I did an article about sports media. And is it a blessing or a curse? Because in this day and age, I mean, I'm blessed to be able to do what I do now and to have the platform I do. But it's a definite double-edged sword. You know, you have with so many people having a voice and being able to put their thoughts out there on a platform. Some of it's great, some of it's amazing, some of it not so much. And unfortunately, bad news in this day and age is good news. So if you have a guy who's just throwing out hot takes like Jeremy Schaap and his Jets don't deserve the number 1 pick, blah, 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 then millions of people hear that. And the more people that hear that and the more people they hear that from, the more they just start to think about it, names included. So when you hear these, you know, yeah, it's great. Bieniemy is offensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs. On paper, that looks phenomenal. But is he the guy? I don't see Mahomes talking to him. I don't see Mahomes even talking to Andy Reid. So
it's Kafka every time. Between series, he's sitting there talking with Kafka. And while they're on the field, who's running it? Andy Reid. So nobody can really tell me definitively what it is that Bieniemy's responsibility is. Now, Andy Reid clearly likes him. And that's definitely a positive. And Andy Reid's tree is successful, but Bieniemy is very difficult to figure out. But people, just like you said, they look at the title, offensive coordinator, Super Bowl champions. Clearly, he's great. Let's get him. And it's not always that easy, right? And I agree with everything you said, man. You got a really good way of looking at things. I tend to agree with you. And it's like when you look at what it is for this particular franchise. If you consider our history and our struggles and then the response from our fan base and our media, it's a very particular type of person that is going to succeed here. And somebody that might succeed in Phoenix, Arizona or Tempe, or so, you know, the person who might succeed up in, you know, or down in Jacksonville, they may not succeed here. It's a meat grinder up here. And you have to have nerves of steel. And not everybody has that. So the guy that we bring in has got to be able to deal with that shit unfairly, but it's the truth. Maybe they shouldn't have to deal with it. Right, but that's what we are. So number 1 free agent, who do you think the Jets should go for? You can stick position and player. Who do you think is if you had one that you could bring in, who you bringing in?
If I had one, I align with Joe Douglas. I need to build O-line, so I'm going Thuney. I give Thuney $17 million a year for 3 years as we rebuild that O-line from the draft and just have some veteran presence on the interior because, God, we need it on the interior, man. Fent and Becton have done phenomenal. That's why I'm against Sewell at number 2 because offensive tackle is not our problem area right now. And you don't just at that pick when we're struggling at quarterback, struggling at guard, struggling at edge, struggling at corner, you don't take a position of non-need at number 2. You just don't. And Fields I've warmed up to Fields quite a bit. So I was very anti-Fields for a long time, but given how he's played lately, I'd take
that game. Yeah, I think that game changed a lot of minds. It was like midway through the game. I was like, huh. You know what I mean?
Well, he recovered well. He recovered well from mistakes, and that's what I've been knocking on him for the past several weeks. Is he'll have a bad series or a bad play, throw a pick, whatever the case may be, and then it takes him a couple series to get rolling again. But he didn't do that last week. So he's
Yeah, I was impressed too. Yeah, and I really like how you put it, man. I mean, that's the thing. In truth, and people don't want to hear this, Sewell is a luxury pick in the same way that Leonard Williams was a luxury pick when Mike Maccagnan took him. We already had a very good upper echelon defensive line. It was the one area on the team that didn't need help. And Mike Maccagnan brought Leo Williams in, which pushed Sheldon Richardson to linebacker, and all kinds of crazy things had to happen. And the whole thing crumbled from that point. I would hate to see us succumb to that. But the good news is that I don't see Joe Douglas doing that. I think he's going to do exactly like you said. If you look at our offensive line, which is the most important thing from Joe Douglas's perspective on the offense, there's a specific place where we are failing, and that is the interior defensive line. In truth, it's both guard spots because McGovern has kind of settled down, but the guard spots are having a hard time. So what should you do? You should get a damn guard. And if Joe Thuney is willing to come here, just like you said, if it's got to be 18, give him the 18. Pay him. Pay him what he wants and bring him in. The guy's he never misses games. He never gets penalized. He never gives up sacks. He's the exact guy you want on your team to be with a young offensive line. That's who you want. Good influence, good work ethic, clean. So I agree, man. And I think that's what we can expect. I mean, that's the exciting part about it is like when we had guys like Idzik or Maccagnan or even Tannenbaum was fucking out of his mind. The things he was doing. It's like, where did that come from? Sometimes it would work. Sometimes it wouldn't. But I like that Joe Douglas really does look like he's going to be systematic, slow and steady, foundation strong. Before you start hanging up your window dressings, you're going to have a foundation. You're not going to bring in, a top flight wide receiver when there's no line and no receiver, or a running back like Le'Veon Bell. There's nobody here. Why did we just give $14 million for that? So that's the good news. I think that guys like yourself, and you're making a lot of sense. We've been watching for too long people not doing as good of a job as even we would do, and we're not in the position. So if we could do a better job than you shouldn't be there. So I think we're really looking at an exciting opportunity right now. And I couldn't be in a better friggin' mood, dude. I am light and I'm fluffy today. I'll tell you.
Same here, man.
I feel so good. Let him loose. I don't care.
Well, and I commented in your stream, I when you were asking about, are you guys excited about this offseason or whatever the case, and I said this is going to be the best New York Jets offseason in the last decade, and there's absolute reason to be excited about it.
Yeah, that's perfect. And this is going to be good times, man. So let's do it. Hey, I'm going to let you run, but why don't you give some more plugs? Very firm, like somebody asked if it's 7 o'clock Eastern time tonight. So give us some firm details of where they can see your stuff and where they can catch the streams and stuff before you run.
So if you go to worldwidesportsradio.com/weaponshot, you can watch us live there, 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight, and it's 7 p.m. Eastern time every Sunday, unless the Jets, like during the season, unless the Jets play a late game, then we go 7:30 Eastern time. But yeah, download the app. It's a free app, and you'll get all sorts of sports. No matter where you're from, you'll find some teams that you like. You'll find some sports that you like on the app, and it's absolutely free to download. And you can follow me on Worldwide Sports Radio Network on your app store. And then you can follow me at Jets by Jimmy anywhere: Instagram, Twitter, Facebook.
I'm downloading the app right now. That's what it looks like, everybody.
That's the one.
That's the one. Worldwide Sports Radio Network, Jets by Jimmy. Loved having you on, dude. This was pretty easy talking with you. I look forward to tonight and collabing. Yeah, man. Good stuff. Thanks for popping in.
Have a good one, guys.
See you. Jets by Jimmy, everybody. He and I have been chit-chatting for the past few weeks. I'm glad they were finally able to put something together and get on the same screen. It's so funny. Do you guys realize that I have never met Ryan or Matt O'Leary or New York Sports MC or Gangrene David? I've never met any of these guys. Isn't this a crazy era in our lives? Like, usually it's like, I know this guy, like Joe the cop or Joe Conti the comedian. I've known these guys forever, but like Matt and Ryan, I spend so much time with them every week, and I've never met them. It's the craziest thing. Look at the snow. Look at the snow, guys. Wow. Yeah. If Becton doesn't look like he can stay healthy, trade Becton. No. Dude, you're jumping the gun. You're jumping the gun. Let me just say this. Becton is exactly what you want at your tackle position. Sure, he's been banged up a little bit, but it's not like he's injury prone. All right. This is a year. These last 2 years, the Jets have had more injuries than any team in the NFL. He's fallen right into that. Look at Denzel Mims. Denzel Mims is not an injury prone guy. And all of a sudden here he missed 7 games with injury. It's like that's just what follows Adam Gase. The Miami Dolphins were the same way. Ryan Tannehill played just about 50% of the snaps when Adam Gase was there. 50%. He moves over to Tennessee. He hasn't missed a game. Why? Why is that? It's Adam Gase, man. I don't know specifically what it is, but there are tendencies of staffs, and it's very, very real. Don't give up on Becton and start thinking Sewell is the answer and all that kind of stuff, man. Like Jets by Jimmy, Jimmy just said, Sewell is a luxury pick, and you can get a tackle later, but Becton and Fent, dude, this year was crazy. This year was terrible. Don't start, labeling guys and all that sort of stuff. Now, be patient. Be patient. Yeah, I know. Trading Becton is kind of silly, High Kung Fu. I love you. You got some good takes, but that's not one of them. Yeah, it is. I think Murray, that's a really good point. Seeing this game in the snow, it's kind of fitting. Cold and dark. The end of the Gase era. Yeah, that's a good point, Holton. Remember when we were worried about this game, the Patriots are going to throw it? Well, and there's a possibility that they may have if we lost this game, we were getting the number 1 pick. It might have been a different environment. But, yeah, I mean, look, we're getting our butts kicked, and then we ended up beating the Rams of all teams. NFL's a weird place. NFL's a weird place. Now is the winter of our discontent. I love it. Oh, guys, are you guys psyched? We're gonna hang out in here. I'm gonna just hang. I might have to eat or something. I don't know. We're just gonna hang and wait for Gase to get fired. I'm gonna chill out. We're gonna see how this goes. We're gonna see how this goes today. I'm hoping it's right after the game. That's what I hope. An hour. Look at Sam. Yeah. I just want everybody to see. Like, again, you guys, if you've been around me at all this season, I'm not an anti-Sam guy. It's quite the opposite. But, dude, anybody lobbying for him to be the guy, like to pass on, whether it's Lawrence, Fields, Wilson, to pass on those guys and make our brand new head coach's first job to fix this guy, dude, it's just not smart. As much as I love Sam, I do. Dude, I believed in him so much that I was arguing with people. I argued against a video that I made. I have a guy who tells me stuff, and he told me that It was a push forward, but it's underhanded. Yeah, it's underhanded. Right, it was a pass. Either way, it's still stupid. Excuse me. But I have a guy who tells me stuff, and he told me that there's a feeling among certain parts of the Jet staff that Joe Douglas never wanted Jamal Adams, was going to move him the whole time. Didn't want his buddy Adam Gase, knew from the second he came here that Adam Gase needed to go, and that Sam Darnold wasn't his quarterback, and he was going to want to move on from him too. And number one, I reported it. I made that video about a creepy rumor and shit. I tried to have some fun with it. Dude, people ripped me a new ass. And I even defended the people ripping me one for reporting it. I didn't agree with it, but I just told you guys because it's something I heard. But dude, anybody at this point, that was before the season even started, or maybe it was like week 1 or 2, I forget. But the idea that we're going to take this guy and we're going to move forward with an entirely new organization and he's at the center of it, I don't know. I think that's a fool's errand. I really do. I do. I think the way that it's happening, Levi, is that it's not that, like, if somebody wants to trade for Sam, and I think it'll be one of those teams that have a quarterback like a Phillip Rivers, like a Drew Brees, like a Ben Roethlisberger, and they have an actual developmental program, like Frank Reich is a very, very good offensive mind, good quarterback in his own right. And obviously the Steelers, and you look at Sean Payton and all that sort of stuff. So I think if they already have a quarterback in-house and they're planning on developing Sam, taking him from the spotlight, putting him in the background and all, then it is what it is at this point. They already know he's damaged goods. They know Adam Gase is an absolute atrocity of a coach, right? Hold on. There he goes. Herndon with the first down. Who? Yeah. Yeah, he's been playing. He hasn't done anything. Or the Niners, right, Batista. Batista. That's another one, right? Kyle Shanahan. Although I don't know how they feel about Garoppolo. But so I think their opinion of him is already made. If they're considering it, they're already considering it. This game's not going to sway them one way or the other. But what it does do is it gives them ammunition to lower the value of the trade. You know what I'm saying? It gives more ammo for them to say, I'm not giving you a second-round pick. There's no way I'm giving you a second-round pick. I'll give you a fourth-round pick. So Douglas is going to have to work with that bullshit. Like Sam isn't helping the negotiation process. Does that make sense? That's what I'm thinking. Right, Batista. Yeah. That's right. And there are many people. I have some really tight Philly fan friends. Their belief, and obviously a lot of pundits and all that kind of stuff, there's belief that Frank Reich was really the catalyst for them making it to the Super Bowl, especially on the offensive side. That when he left, the chances of the Eagles left with him over to Indy. So, it's a lot to be said for Mr. Frank Reich. So if Sam was able to get over there with Reich, I think he would have an actual shot of reclamation. Same thing with Kyle Shanahan, or the Steelers, and Sean Payton, obviously. I think that's where I'm seeing it. Colts, Steelers, Saints, Niners. That's what I'm seeing. Maybe even Arians. Wouldn't that be interesting? Sam being trained under Arians, Byron Leftwich, and Tom Brady. It's another one. So Byron Leftwich is known as a very good teacher. Brian, it's funny. You and I, we align on a lot. We disagree in some places, of course. But this is an area where I almost am reluctant to say this. But I don't disagree with it entirely. It's very similar to the Jamal Adams thing. I'm going to make a video about the way the Jamal Adams trade actually happened as we're going into the ability to use it. Oh, Vincent Smith, Jovis hit him right in the chest and he dropped it. Fucking Vincent Smith. I had a lot of hope for that guy. Now, I don't know if he would necessarily like undermine, but I think that he would do things not to help. Dude, if you know football like Joe Douglas knows football, you can see within moments that Adam Gase is not it. You can see it. You know what I'm saying? You can see it. So I'm not, and then not for nothing, you can make the same type of assessment on Sam Darnold. You could say, yeah, I mean, he's got some potential, but that's not the guy I want for my team. People can say, I wouldn't doubt it. And that's what that video that I made was talking about. Joe Douglas, he said, look, he brought in 7 offensive linemen. He brought in 5 wide receivers. He lost Robbie Anderson, sure, but he didn't leave him out there in the lurch like McCagnon did. Brought in 7 offensive linemen, used his top 2 picks. His first 2 draft picks were a left tackle and a wide receiver. Mike G, thanks for popping by, dude. I'll see you later. Thanks for coming, man. I appreciate it. You have a great day, bud. So it's not that he left Sam alone at the dance. You know what I mean? He brought people in to help him. But Sam, oh my God. Look at that. Sam's crushing it, dude. So, but Joe Douglas could have made that assessment. Look, I'm going to give him a decent offensive line, middle of the pack offensive line. I'm going to bring in some receivers. I'm going to draft a receiver, draft a left tackle. You know what I mean? And let's see what he does. He's got to at least be average. But instead, he's 32nd in the league out of starting quarterbacks. Sam didn't see that. You see that? Watch this. Watch the route. Sam did not see the safety coming over. He didn't see it. He never saw him. And that's the problem. He needs to be coached, man. Now, how do you not feel bad for him? I mean, it breaks my heart. But it's brutal. It's brutal. I would love Marrone to coach the offensive line. Love it. Doug Marrone for the line, love it. Head coach, that's what I think of him. Don't forget, Doug Marrone, it really is. Doug Marrone was the head coach of the Buffalo Bills, got them to the playoffs. There was a 2-day loophole in his contract. Why? I don't know why. That he could leave and still get paid, and he took it. Dude, that's you want to talk about a scumbag. Football is more than money, guys. You know what I'm saying? It's more than that. You have a whole 53-man roster. You have an 8-person practice squad. You have coaches and general managers and hundreds of thousands of fans. You got to consider that stuff with your damn decisions. And if you're not, you don't deserve to be the leader, dude. Yeah, sure, I'll give you a job and you do your job, but you don't do what he did. He screwed them, man. And I don't like it. But it's similar to what Josh McDaniels did to the Colts. Josh McDaniels may never get another look at a head coaching job. People are like, fuck that guy. Who did he stiff arm there? Who was that? Ja'Kai Polite? Who did he stiff arm? I couldn't see. Look at Sam. You take that hat off, kid. This is it. Sam, what a disappointment, huh, man? What a disappointment. Maybe. I don't know, Gitmo Bob. I don't think the Cowboy, like I said, I think the value of Sam is when you look at a team that's not picking in the top 10, okay? You got a team that's not picking in the top 10, and they want a quarterback to develop behind the starter that they have for the next year or two, but they know he's going to retire soon. Sam's potential value greater than who you're going to get in that position? And if he is, then it makes sense to make the trade. It makes sense. There's a logic there. You know what I mean? Yeah, Abe, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, this is an easy decision. I mean, I know people with emotional ties to our quarterback. We all wanted him to be successful. I get it. Like, we wanted him to work. So on an emotional plane, you can say, man, I still want Sam. But on an intellectual, a logical plane, dude, it makes zero sense to keep this guy as your starter. Bring him in as a development project? Yeah, sure. Makes tons of sense. Starter? No. If we did, it would be, I would seriously question the legitimacy of our GM, like, his knowledge base. I would be like, oh, I had it wrong. Yeah, you don't do it, man. Thor, that's right. You don't do that. I don't think he can be successful somewhere else. I don't think that's just the it's not a cure-all. He's not going to go to Indy and be great. I don't see that. I think what I see from Sam is that he's a young guy who has shown an absolutely undeniable ability to be a good quarterback if you developed him. His rookie year was fun. It was impressive. His second year, he actually improved his numbers, overcoming the 32nd ranked offensive line. No receivers, more IR, more players on IR than any team in NFL history. Adam Gase's terrible play calling, no offensive coordinator, no quarterback coach. He showed progress. It's just this year it collapsed. So I think what will give Sam a chance to succeed, I don't think it's a lock, is taking him from the starting role, putting him behind someone who's already the penciled-in starter, like somebody who's a solid starter, and let him develop, work on his mechanics, work on his decision-making, work on his footwork, and take the stress off of him so he can focus for at least a season, probably 2. So 3 years from now, Sam Darnold gets reintroduced to the league as a starter. That's what I'm talking about. Now, Cortez, it's not really smart. 99% of the teams, that's a fake number, but more teams, once you identify that your previous starter is not your starter anymore, you get rid of them because it causes a rift on the team. There are people, especially if the new guy struggles a little bit in the beginning, there are players on the team who are pissed that the old guy that they're buddies with got bumped down for this guy who sucks or whatever it is. It's the potential for damage supersedes the potential that you would get from him sitting on the bench for your team because you love him. You know what I mean? As a person. So that's the problem with that. I mean, look, guys, we have a direct comparison, and Tannehill was never as bad as Sam because he wasn't as young as Sam. He had all the years with Philbin as well. Remember, Gase wasn't Tannehill's first coach. So Philbin's a very, very good offensive mind. Don't forget that. He did some really positive things in Green Bay. And so he's a good offensive coach. He didn't work as a head coach, but so when he worked with Tannehill for the first 3 or 4 years of his career, and then he got Gase and started to sink. All right. So Tannehill already had a foundation. Sam had no foundation. He had Jeremy Bates and McCown helping him out, and he did well. Not great, but he did well. Nobody can deny. Everybody was excited about his second year, and for good reason. But when you look at Tannehill left Gase, Tannehill was cut and signed as a backup quarterback. Everybody thought his career was over. He was the next, the hell was that guy's name? He was a Michigan quarterback. What is Henne? It's the next Henne, Chad Henne. That's what he looked like. And it's like, yeah, he might get some games, start, play well here and there, but he's done. Nobody thought he was going to be MVP candidate. You know what I mean? So he leaves Gase, goes to the Titans with Arthur Smith, Vrabel, and those guys. And he has a resurgence. Right? It's incredible. And then you look, and then the next quarterback that Gase works with Same thing, but worse. So why wouldn't it look like there's potential for Sam to leave Gase? So many players have done it. Look at Ajayi. Look at Drake. Look at Devontae Parker. Devontae Parker, they were thinking he was washed up, a bum under Gase. Bum. He's a bust. He's a first-round bust. Dude, he's no bust. You know what I mean? Yeah, I agree, MC. I really do. I think, if you have something that's working, you know what I mean? You have something that's working, you keep it. But you know why McCown was let go? Because Gase didn't want anybody challenging what his tutelage was going to be. McCown, get the fuck out of here. Quarterback coach, don't need it. Offensive coordinator, don't need it. I want Dowell Loggins because he still thinks I'm worth a shit. 1 minute and 42 seconds left in the Gase era from my perspective. Keep it simple, RC says 1 minute. Maybe he's a little ahead of me. Either way, everybody's happy. Everybody's happy now. What you gonna do with your stuff? Oh, yeah. Let's play some music. You guys hear that? Adam Gase is gone. Adam Gase is going to the dirty garbage can. Adam Gase is going to the garbage. Take Sam with you. Take these guys who suck on the Jets. Oh yeah, just go to the garbage. Adam Gase is going to the garbage. Going to the garbage. Oh, you know what though? That's funny, Jets mess. I'm playing duty-free music. So funny that I picked this shit. I hate this music. I really do. What else we got? No, that ain't gonna work. What else we got here? What else we got? That ain't gonna do it. This Happy Gase going music. Adam Gase is so bad, I can't wait till he's gone. 25 seconds. Adam Gase sucks balls. Yes, he does. All right, everybody. All right, there's my musical interlude for you. Dude, are you guys ready to see this guy get fired or what, man? I can't even take it. Nah, dude, I know. Listen, Gitmo Bob, and let me just tell you something. If that's all we have to deal with is the Johnsons take their time a little bit, fine. As long as by the end of today, look at him walking off the field. I hate him. I hate him. There he is. Look at this doof. That was how he was introduced to us as a fan base. We were so excited. Remember that? We were so excited, and that's the doofus that we got. We watched him destroy the most hopeful quarterback we had in 2 decades. We had more hope for Sam Darnold than even when we drafted Mark Sanchez or, all the way back to Kenny O. This is the face they brought on. This. I can't believe it's even real. Who's that? Everybody walk off my field. Get out of here. Sam, sorry, but you can go too. Take Van Roten, all of you. Oh, my God. Submission. Damn right. Last day for Adam Gase and Sam Darnold. And look, I'm not throwing any stones at Sam Darnold. I'm not. But he needs to go. Right, dude? New York Bully. Who doesn't know what cocaine face looks like? Shit. You telling me, look at the jaw. That's, dude, come on. He's all creepy-eyed and everything, looking all over the place. He's chewing on fucking fictitious Fig Newtons. He's high, dude. I know. Is he fired yet? This is already taking too long. I'm pissed off. So we're just going to hang out here, man. We're going to hang, and we're going to see when Adam Gase is fired. Black Velvet agrees he was definitely high. Mo Unique, what's up with you, buddy? Welcome, guys. We got nothing to look forward to. Who's that? Are you kidding me? I'm psyched. Dark Demonic, I'm surprised. This is what you wanted. You wanted the number one pick, though, too. And I do know. I get it. But I'm okay with where we are. I'm psyched. We're going to get Trevor Lawrence anyway. You'll see. It's going to be a fun offseason. Trevor Lawrence is going to be the Jets quarterback. I see it. I already see it. I asked the Magic 8 Ball. It told me that I was ugly. That's what its answer was. I don't know. I don't know if that's the right thing. I don't know if I used it right. Yeah, dude, go celebrate. Look at everybody. Welcome. AIM is back. What's up, buddy? Blow it up. Carmelo Elbori's way. Right on, man. Blow it up. Right now, the New York Jets are back in their locker room. They're untaping their cleats. And they're doing all the stuff that they do. They're moping their heads. They're wondering about their future. And Adam Gase isn't even talking to them. Like Jamal Adams said, never happens. Gase doesn't address the team. So why would that change today? He's not gonna. Good, Thor. Light that smoke. I'm going to vape my face right off. All right, enough looking at this friggin' guy. Boom. Guys, I hope you are as happy as I am. Like I said, we're just going to chill out in here for a little while. I'm waiting. Now, guys, keep your Twitters open. Keep your Instagrams open. Keep your lines in to Jet Nation open. Keep everything open. So the second that it happens, we know. We're going to chill out right here. I'm going to take a pee-pee break. Let's see. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. Don't forget to give me a like. We've had hundreds of people in here today. I only see 10 likes or so, something like that, maybe 15. Please give me a like on the video, on the live stream. It really helps. It helps us out, man. And then people go, man, you had 190 people in there and 5 likes. Then they call me fat. And they take my lunch money. It's terrible. It's terrible. Let's see. Let's go through some comments first, and then I'll go to the bathroom. Let me see. The Jets were a regular mess before Gase showed up, and now they are in the pits of hell. Gase is a remarkably bad coach. I agree. Remarkably bad, dude. He is, he is the worst. Famous Jay, I wouldn't say stud. I think it's a contract year from a underperforming player. He was always good. Leonard Williams wasn't a bust. He was good. And he's having a good year, but it's a contract year. Let me ask you this, Famous Jay, honest thoughts. Would you want to pay Leonard Williams the $15 to $20 million that he's going to get next year, or would you rather just have Quinn Williams for 6 or 8, whatever it is? Honest question. Right. Remember, I could really use some likes. You see what's scrolling on the bottom there? Those are my Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube feeds, handles, and if you give me some follows and likes, it's appreciated, guys. We need Mark Sanchez back. Right. Rex ruined them. That's right, Farm B. I like you, fatty. Now give me your money. Exactly. Fire all. That's right. And you know who better go with them? Is the training staff. They need to go. Really, submission 72. Is that accurate? We have the longest playoff drought. Did Cleveland make it? They won? Let me see something here. Are you kidding me? Dude, Cleveland beat. Oh, man, I wanted to knock them out of the playoffs. Now I'm all upset. Fucking Cleveland. I hate the Cleveland Browns. I hate them. You guys see my video? Let me see if it works right now. I'm going to try to get it up for you guys. This is my experience in Cleveland. See if it works.
About, I'd say 5 or 6 feet in the air. And I'm screaming to this crowd of people. I didn't want to fight. And they're screaming, get up, kill him. So I see this cop. I see cops on the, and I'm like,
that shit's not working. Sorry, guys. That would have been a good time to do it. Let's see. We need to keep right. I know. Andrew, at all costs, man, we got to get Dowell Loggins to stay with us. I know. I can't believe Cleveland won. I'm really surprised. I thought the Steelers were going to pounce on them. I fucking hate Baker Mayfield. Not hate, but he annoys me. So just to recap, I want to tell you something. The Ravens scored 38 points. That's 5 weeks in a row with 37 or more points. Do you still hate Greg Roman as a coach? Come on, man. Started out of the gate, great. MVP quarterback last year. Dipped a little bit in the middle of the season. Fixed it. Came back 5 games in a row, 37 or more points. Come on, dude. The guy makes too much sense. Dump Gase in the Hudson. I'm with it. Yeah, I know, Keith. This is exactly it. This is what I need you guys to do because I can't do it. I'm using all my bandwidth right now. How's it been? I haven't heard you guys complain about my video or sound or anything. Is it still good? Am I all right? I haven't been able to check it. It looks good from my end. So am I still am I still okay? Yeah, Carmelo, thank you. That's right. You guys hear my story? If you haven't heard my story of my Browns experience, go to my episode 2 of the podcast, the Jets pod. Go over there, man, and just listen to that story. Like the first half of the pod is my story when the Cleveland Browns came back to the NFL. I actually went back to Cleveland with a whole bunch of football fan friends to welcome them back. We had a big sign, welcome back Cleveland. We all wore our team jerseys, and they were the biggest bunch of assholes all day long. We ended up getting into a huge brawl. I got arrested. I got let go, but it's crazy. It's crazy what happened. Those bastards. Oh, thanks, Mo. I appreciate it. That's crazy. I'm glad. Drums. I had your mom on here earlier. Did you know that? Were you watching? I showed everybody Aunt Gina. I introduced her to everybody and everybody to her. She's like, everybody loves Aunt Gina. She's the best. So let's see. We have the Buccaneers blew out the Falcons, 44-27. The Patriots obviously beat the Jets. We are 2-14. The Ravens destroyed the Bengals 38-3. The Cleveland Browns edged out the Steelers 24-22. Matt Ryan, 29-44, 265, 2 touchdowns and a rushing touchdown. I mean, he's making a case for himself to be the star. They don't need to get a new quarterback, man. It's funny. I wonder with how long these guys are going to last. Him and Flacco came in the league the same year. Flacco is basically garbage, and Matt Ryan just threw two touchdowns and ran in for one. Yeah, thank you, NFL Nate. Oh, what are you doing back? There you go. Welcome back, Mike G. That's right. J-Mac, this is a good point. Adam Gase, that's how he makes his decisions. He looks into the 8 ball. Into the 8 ball? He goes, I don't want any. I just want to smell it. The Jets have lost lickety split. It's nice to see you back. Oh yeah, man, she was great. And Gina's the best. She was great. Just a few minutes. I just wanted her to say hello. She watches on her phone, so it can be spotty, you know. Look at Baker Mayfield. Look at this guy. Did they fire Gase yet? What's going on Jet Nation? Anybody on there? Anybody have the deets? It's 15 minutes. I didn't think it would be this long. Let's try this again. Let me try something here.
Now I'm about, I'd say 5 or 6 feet in the air. And I'm screaming to this crowd of people. I didn't want to fight. And they're screaming, get him, kill him. So I see this cop. I see cops and I'm like, oh, yo, come over here. I think I'm going to get killed. So I wave the cop over. The crowd's yelling, get him, the guy in the Keyshawn jersey. Oh, blah, blah. And there's guys laying all over the place. We beat the living hell out of these guys. It was really not even a contest. I have no idea why they were so into this fighting idea, because they were really very, very poorly trained for this. They're poorly prepared.
You guys still here? Shit. I lost 90-something people in that one stroke. I didn't want to fight. That's right, Big Green. There you are. Sorry about that. Turns out I think my my hotspot died. That's what happened. I got to keep it plugged in. So let me plug this in. I'll be right back. Let's see if this works. Maybe I'm on a different internet now. So let's see if it works. Hold on.
Now I'm about, I'd say 5 or 6 feet in the air. And I'm screaming to this crowd of people. I didn't want to fight. And they're screaming, get him, kill him. So I see this cop. I see cops and I'm like, oh, yo, come over here. I think I'm going to get killed. So I wave the cop over. The crowd's yelling, get him, the guy in the Keyshawn jersey. Oh, blah, blah. And there's guys laying all over the place. We beat the living hell out of these guys. It was really not even a contest. I have no idea why they were so into this fighting idea, because they were really very, very poorly trained for this. They're poorly prepared.
Yeah, there it is. Finally got it playing. I've been trying to play that thing all damn day for you guys. But yeah, there it is. Big Green's here. John Holton's back. Joe Montori's back. Sorry about that, guys. You know, well, that's J-Mac. That's exactly right. It's like when you look at Leonard Williams' contribution, right? Is he having a good year? Yes, he's having a good year. Has he been a good player? Yes, he's been a good player. The problem is he's going to want to have a discussion where he wants $15 million a year for anywhere between 2 and 7 sacks a year. Yes, he pressures. Yes, but he doesn't. He has very low tackles for loss. He's a good, solid player. I think you get similar production from Foley Fatukasi. Okay, Leonard might be a little bit better, but he doesn't want to have these conversations with players who don't deserve it. Okay, he'd rather keep Quinnen Williams for the next 3-4 years. You know what I mean? Quinnen Williams is in year 2. So he's got him for potentially 2 or 3 more years on the rookie contract. So then you can make a decision on him then. Why pay Leonard Williams $15 million when you have Fatukasi, Quinnen Williams, and John Franklin Myers. Why do it? You know what I mean? Why? It's like it doesn't make sense. And this is where the emotional side comes in for us. We like guys. We want our first round picks to succeed. And I do. I wanted Jamal Adams to be the greatest safety of all time. I did. But for what he contributes to the game and the off-field bullshit that goes with him, when the situation isn't ideal, he's not easy, dude. Okay, a little bit of an embarrassment at times. His on-the-field production, though, even with all that, you take all that if his production impacts games. He's not Palomalu. Palomalu changed games. Ed Reed changed games. Ronnie Lott changed games. Okay? Jamal Adams barely does that. He does it here and there, but he usually does it against loser teams in games with no consequence. That's what he does. Okay? So when do you really want to be, for that production, you want to be having a conversation that you want to be the highest paid safety in the league when I have a fucking team to build? Like, hell no. And that's the thing is Joe Douglas is smart, man. We can be as a fan base emotional, and that's our right. We can be intelligent and all that too, but we have the right to be emotional. It's what we do. We're a fan base. You know what I mean? Let me see here. But we don't want our GM to be emotional. You don't want your GM taking a shot for Peyton Manning, and then Peyton Manning says no, he feels guilty and that he hurt his quarterback's feelings, and go give him an extension that is prohibitive to growth, which is what Tannenbaum did. Tannenbaum knew that Mark Sanchez's feelings were hurt when he swung and missed at Peyton Manning, that he gave him a contract extension on the heels of that because he felt bad. What the fuck is that? Like, what is that? No, man, I looked for an improvement. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, we like you as our quarterback, but Peyton Manning was available. I went to see if I can get him. I didn't. So sit down. You're already making $8 million a year. Pipe down. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know, J-Mac. Again, I think this is one of those emotional things. I think the last few years of Rex Ryan's defense were not that impressive. Now, the personnel decisions didn't help him. Like, Rex shouldn't be in the personnel decision game. It's not what he does. He could tell the GM, here's the type of player I like and all that. But fucking Quentin Copels, Muhammad Wilkerson, who was okay. You know what I mean? Kyle Wilson, John Connor. Like, it goes on and on and on. Plaxico Burress, Derek Mason. Anthony Mason's on the Knicks. So Rex's last few years as a defensive coordinator, it seemed like he was behind the changing NFL from my perspective. So I don't know. I think the NFL just might have passed Rex by. I'd give him a defensive line coach job. That shit doesn't change. How do you beat an offensive lineman? That's Rex knows how to do that. No, tell me about the press conference, Unique. What is it? Tell me. What are they saying? Right, Joe Montori. I agree. Yeah. And Peyton Manning doesn't answer because Chris Johnson's a loser and Peyton Manning never really liked him anyway. But I thought we were friends. No, we're not friends. You're an idiot, and I saw an opportunity to get my friend a job. Yeah. I knew he sucked. I lost, like my son said, he thinks Adam Gase lost a poker game with Adam Gase a few years back, and Adam Gase called him and said, hey, it's time to pay up. You know what I mean? Peyton Manning called Dorsey, too, when they were considering Adam Gase that same year. He called Dorsey. Dorsey said, get the fuck out of here. I don't care. Dorsey's no idiot. He makes crazy decisions. He's got balls, but he's not stupid. Dorsey's a good GM. He knows what he's doing. Peyton Manning called him and said, I really think you should hire Adam Gase. He said, yeah, that's great. Thank you. How's your dad? You know what I mean? How's your dad doing? Oh, he's good. How's your brother? Good. Okay, see you later. You know what I mean? Like, what is that? Chris Johnson said, oh my God, Peyton Manning's on my phone. Can you believe it, mommy? That was Chris Johnson. Yeah, Gitmo Bob, you're going right before my time. You know what I mean? I didn't come in till the early 80s. So I can watch stuff, but like getting real intel on that era, it's hard. It wasn't the same information as we have now. Or even in like the 90s and 2000s, you can get information on that stuff. It's hard to get that stuff. Rex's mouth got, well, you know what the thing is with Ed, and I was talking to somebody about this with a potential downside of Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell, they're saying he knows what his brand is, and so he kind of sticks to that, which is a positive in some respects. But if you get stuck in what you think you should say or how you think you need to react and all that sort of stuff, then you become a prisoner to it. And that's what happened to Rex. Rex couldn't let go of the bluster, even though he was, 3-8. It's like, he's still like, we're the best. I'd love it. It's like, dude, tone it the fuck down. Now you look like an idiot. It was great the first 2 years when your team was buying in and you were, upsetting teams, like the Patriots or the San Diego Chargers in the first playoffs, dude. They were not supposed to lose to us. They were supposed to stomp our lights out. And we came in there angry and punched them in their faces. That was when Rex's bravado was acceptable. It was good. It was a positive. 2 years later, 3 years later, he's got a losing team. Nobody cares. They're a bunch of punks. You got team captains arguing with the quarterback in the huddle. And Rex is still talking like that. So it becomes a prison cell. He can't escape the own cartoon character that he created for himself. And that's a negative. You want somebody who's just real. Parcells was not a caricature, He just is himself. Rex struggles with that, what people think. And that's why I loved Rex, but I don't want to bring him back. I think let that ship sail. You know what I mean? That's how I see it. Media didn't press the issue. So they just kind of were nice. They were respectful on his way out. They weren't like, hey, what are you doing tonight? Hey, what are you doing tomorrow, man? You going to meet with your players, Going to get next year going? Who you guys going to bring in free agency? They didn't do that to him. They should have. I mean, that's the high road. I guess the high road has its positives. When somebody's a douchebag and throws everybody under the bus for 2 years, it's nice to kick him in the nuts on the way out. That's my thoughts. Santa Cola talking about Tune. I love me some Altoon. Oh, yeah. Altoon's the goods. Altoon's a sad story for the Jets, I think Altoon was the 84 draft, 85 draft, something like that. I'll look it up right now for you guys. Let me see. There are many people who believe if Altoon and Jerry Rice were switched, Altoon went to the Niners and Jerry Rice came to the Jets, we would all be talking about Altoon as the greatest and Jerry Rice would be an afterthought. I don't know. It's hard to prove that, of course. But there's some logic there, man. There's some logic. Tonight, I don't want to hear tonight. I want to hear a meeting right now, damn it. Nope, Tim, that's what Mo Unique is watching for us. He said that there are reports, and somebody else said too, Bart Scott and some others, Samini are saying that there is a meeting scheduled for tonight with Chris Johnson. It should be with fucking Joe Douglas. They should have handed the keys to Joe Douglas yesterday and said, hey, here's the keys. We're not going to bother you anymore with personnel decisions or anything. You run the team. It's yours. First order of business, go fire your best buddy. He would say, no problem. New York Sports MC reporting that Marcus May says he loves it here and wants to stay, but it's not up to him. What a difference from some other guy we used to have. Right. Well, Tim Hassan, I mean, let's not forget that. Wait, I think Toon was even taken before Rice. Dude, Toon was the man. He was the man. He got stymied by poor teams and concussions. You know what I mean? He played on AstroTurf. They played on real grass out there at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. And Al Toon played on concrete. So, you know, it's a totally different thing. Remember that, man? Remember that? AstroTurf was one sheet of that green grass on, not even grass. It was like that plastic, that fake grass, plastic stuff on top of a concrete pad. That's what those guys played on. He said their skin would get torn off. And anytime they landed, their head hit the ground. It was like concussions all over the place. It's incredible. Like I said, I'm not trying to say that, that definitely is the case, but there are people that say that. What do you mean Joe Douglas has no balls, Dark Demonic? He has no position to do so. Don't forget, up until today, the hierarchy of the Jets is that the general manager and the coach are on equal footing reporting to the owner. He can't fire a parallel, a lateral. You can't fire that. You can't do that. Believe me, I've been an executive director for many years. If one of my managers tried to fire another manager, I'd be like, what, are you high? I do that. You know what I mean? Fuck are you doing? Get a cup. This guy's pissing his cup, kid. That's what I'd be like. You know? He's got balls. That's up to the Johnsons. I think it's probably a positive, Demonic. It's probably saying that Chris got us into this mess, and he's going to take responsibility and get us out. And he's just going to say, look, buddy, it didn't work. I believed in you. I love you. But it's time to go. And Adam Gase will say, did you see Sam Darnold? He sucks. You know? Like he likes to do. And I'd be like, wait, what? That's what he's going to see. That's what he's going to do. But I think, it's actually a positive. It's a positive, Let Chris Johnson fire the guy he brought in. They should have Peyton Manning. Should call Peyton Manning and go, hey, just wanted to double back on that call you gave me 2 years ago. I want you to I'm going to put you on speakerphone. Take a listen. You're fired, Adam. Thanks for the recommendation, douche. That's what should have happened. That's what should happen. Yeah, but he's up to this point. He's not above Gase. You know this. You're an informed fan. I respect you. You're a knowledgeable fan, Demonic. So the hierarchy of the Jets is absurd. The general manager and the head coach are on equal footing. They both report to Chris Johnson. That's what they've created here. After today, when Adam Gase is fired, the general manager goes above the coach, and he will hire the coach who will be below him. From this point on, it'll be exactly like you're saying, but it's not today. Unless they gave, it's probably contractual. Joe Douglas is not above Adam Gase. Adam Gase was here first, too. So that's, it's stupid. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, well, Chris, I think you're right. It's a good point. I think Chris will just say, yeah, I did. I did. And now we're turning the organization over to Joe Douglas, and we think we're in good hands. That's the way it's going to happen. It's the fucking way it better happen. Comes out and says, we are keeping Adam Gase and we are giving him a 3-year extension. Well, then I'm out. How's that sound? And then I'm telling you what, hopefully none of you guys bought Jets merchandise this Christmas. We need to let them know that we're serious. I'm not buying a damn thing. I got a fucking dirty ass hat. Look at this hat. I got dirty hats all over the place. I can't clean anymore. Why? Because I'm not buying anything. The day Gase is fired, if it's today, I'm going to go order something online. Today, so they know. I'm going to go order a Jets doily. That's Joe Batista, though. That's a concern. I just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, dude, they cannot justify, especially after to end it today this way was probably best case, even though I did want to win. Oh, Sam. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for stopping by, Sam. We really appreciate it. And just so you know, we love you. We were rooting for you, but you're not very good these days. So we're gonna move on. Sound good? Right. There you go, Batista. Well, that's good too. I'm gonna do something today. I'm gonna make my statement. And by the way, I think Trevor Lawrence is gonna be a Jet. I think that the Jaguars are the exact team to get caught up in this stuff. They've done it before. They did it before. The very last minute, they fell in love with Blake Bortles and took him over Teddy Bridgewater, which was stupid. Teddy Bridgewater was the pick that year. There you go, Holton. This is why I like you. That's right. I'm going to let them know. I want there to be that defining line. I have not purchased anything all year. I'm still wearing a Mo Lewis jersey. Let me show you guys. See? This is Mo Lewis. You see the back? Look, it actually says Mo Lewis. You see that? Can you see it? Might not turned around enough anyway. That's Mo. I'm still wearing a Mo Lewis jersey. I got a Gastineau jersey. I don't buy anything from these guys. This hat I bought before the season, but I bought it, I don't know if I bought it from them or not. I don't remember. But I won't do it. And I need new stuff. I don't have anything with the new logo. You know what I mean? Like the new logo, I guess, right? The new uniforms, I don't have anything. But if they fire Gase today, I'm going to buy something. I'll buy a new hat or something. You love Mo Lewis, Batista. You going back to work, Big Green? Where you going? What do you do? Where do you got to go back to work Sunday night, man? No way. Anyway, I appreciate you being here, buddy. Yeah, but we got to let them know, Mr. Magics. We got to let them know that these are the types of moves we want. We don't want Adam Gase. I bought one hat since they hired him. I will not buy anything until he's fired. The moment he's fired, we got to let them know we approve. The only thing they hear or listen to is our money. That's it. Rich coat type brings you coffee, Ben? No Lions jersey. What's that mean? Oh, Marty Lyons? No. I didn't like Marty Lyons as much. I was young, man. I was when that was there. Gastineau was the guy who firmed up my Jets fandom. It was Gastineau on the defense and Freeman McNeil on the offense. I loved those guys. Loved them. You got a Namath and Tune, Greg? Yeah, good ones. Tune's a goodie. I had a Tune one that was fitted. Like it was like for shoulder pads and it was like tight and I out-fatted that thing. I mean, I couldn't even get it over my chest. I was like, I hated that I had to get rid of that thing. I gave it to somebody. I forget it, some kid. But it was like, I loved my Tune jersey. It was a real jersey. Like I said, it was made for shoulder pads. It was an actual game jersey and I couldn't get it. I was like, oh, I couldn't get it. It was so tight. I tried cutting it. It just looked like shit. You know what I mean? It was like, what am I doing? Bowles was fired in 30 minutes, was he? That was Woody. Was that? No, that was Chris Johnson too. That was Mike McCagnon. See, Mike McCagnon was also on equal footing with Bowles. Bowles was hired first, and that was the same bullshit. Both the head coach and the GM are on the same level. It's so dumb. It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. It's one thing if you have like a Jerry Jones who literally runs the team and has had much success. I know, but you can't blame Mo for that, man. You can't. Everybody likes to try. Mo Lewis was one of the best linebackers in Jets history, and that's saying something. We've had linebackers, man. Mo Lewis was no joke. He could pass rush. He was an incredible run stopper. He was great. Coverage, everything. He was a well-rounded linebacker, nasty as shit. When it was Mo Lewis, Marvin Jones, and Brian Cox, man, and Bobby Houston, those guys. Wait, I think Bobby Houston was before. Yeah, Bobby Houston left when Parcells came. He didn't want to work for Parcells. So stupid. So Parcells went out and got Brian Cox. Remember, he called Brian Cox. He was retired. See? Joe Douglas does the same things like Bill Parcells. I smell dog shit. Hey, Jovis. Yeah. Come here. Okay. Why do I smell dog shit right now? Smell it? Can you find what? Is it on your shoes? No. Go see. Go see it's on somebody's shoes. I'm not having that. Mike Neal, you can't come here. You gotta say joke. You gotta do it because I'm waiting for news. I'm waiting for one of you guys to say breaking news or say here it is. If you're we're all jokes, but you gotta differentiate the two. Can't do that to me. I'm not stable enough for that. Hey, did you find it? Why is there dog crap? What is it outside? Is there like a bag of crap hanging out there? Please just help me out. Or shut the door then, please, too. Shut the door. Hey, go outside and grab me one of these.
Maybe I have just like maybe I have an app on my thing that is
Milk manufacturer. All right, Big Green. Well, look, be safe in there. Thank you for hanging all day. It's been great to have you. Demonic, you're the extreme end of the wing. I'm in the middle. I'm extreme. I'm firm, I mean, but I don't need 5 years of winning. I just need them to not support directions that are not going to work because they're stupid. Gase is my big one right now. Sam shitty ass. Cox was a beast. When it was Marvin Jones, Brian Cox, and Mo Lewis, dude, we were clean it first. Clean it. Gotta wipe the top off. We were serious, dude. We were serious. Those linebackers were feared. Remember when Romanowski pulled some shit with Vinny Testaverde and Brian Cox ran out there? Remember that? Told him, look, man, we're not gonna have this crap. Oh, it was great times. No. What are you doing? Oh, is that what you're Rafael Cotto? You saying that's what I smell? That's right. I get it. Yeah, it was good. You guys are funny. It's funny. I missed the opportunity for the joke. I made, I lobbed the softball and then I didn't even realize it when you guys hit it back to me. Good. The Cowboys are out. So the Giants are in then, huh? Crazy. What's their record? What a crazy ass year this is. That's what we want, Father Dirt. That's what we want. Yeah, it can't happen, Father Dirt. It just can't. You smell Gase. Right. I get you. Yeah. I wouldn't even doubt it, man. That's the kind of, it's like, what the hell is going on? Oh, there it is. Got kicked off of everything. So the Vikings beat the Lions, the Giants beat the Cowboys, the Bills stomped the Dolphins. Anybody tell me the Dolphins record? Who's got it? Like I said, my internet. I'm using all my internet just for this. Huh. What is that? So if you haven't already, I really could use some likes. If you haven't subscribed to Jet Nation, that's always good too. It helps us out, man. And we have a lot of content on Jet Nation. We're way up there in the content production and in quality of content as well. We have the podcast. We are the number one independent fan site, not only in New York, in the NFL. No other team has a site bigger, more populous than Jet Nation. We're the shit. So anyway, like and subscribe if you could. Another great thing to do for me personally, I would really appreciate if you can head over to my YouTube page, Green Bean Jets Fan on YouTube. 2 words, Green Bean Jets Fan. and sub there. That's where my podcast lives and other short videos and stuff that I put together. But yeah, Jet Nation and Green Bean Jets fan. It's really appreciated, guys. Truly. What's up, Parker Dugan? Where you been, dude? So the Giants are 6-10, or the Dolphins are 6-10. The Dolphins, they can't be in the playoff hunt, are they? Or they're 10-6. What are the Giants? So San Diego just scored. What's going on in that game? It's now 7-6, barring the point. I'm trying to red zone, man. Why can't red zone work? At least I got the whole Jets game today. Yeah, Mike, you're high, buddy. You're high, buddy. Don't get high on your own supply. Right, it's so easy to like. You know what I mean? It's like one of the easiest things. I'll tell you how I roll. Like I have a lot of YouTube content. As you guys know, I'm out there. I'm on a cross-country coaster tour with my family. So we live full-time in an RV, and we're driving around the country to take my kids on every roller coaster in the country. There are 770-something of them right now, and they build more every year and all that. So I got almost 800 coasters to get on. I'm about 185 in. So I film it. I do like little reviews of the theme park, what stuff's cool. Sometimes I'll do like a vid of the coaster or whatever. And I also do some full-time RVing. So I have channels. I have my Green Bean Jets fan. We have Jet Nation. I have the other one is called One Ride at a Time, or RV Theming. So if you go on there and subscribe, it's all cool. But so when I'm in those realms, if I'm looking at somebody's content and I dig it, even on a minor level, I like it. I sub. It doesn't hurt me to sub. It doesn't matter. So I sub it. It means something to those creators. Like it's hard to create and sit up and edit and all that shit all day. So as I'm learning, right? So I just see it like, hey man, it's one of the easiest things in the world to show someone that we're rooting for them. So I like almost everything that I see. If I like it, if I don't like it, I don't like it. There's that too. I don't just like everybody as a default, but yeah. So if you could, it's appreciated, guys. Green Bean Jets fan, Jet Nation, One Ride at a Time, or RV Theming, one word, on YouTube. Be killer. And I'm trying to make good content too, so hopefully you guys dig it. 10-6 are the Finns. Yeah, I know, John. I'll tell you. The only roller coaster I need is the damn Jets. They're the most unfun roller coaster of all of them. I go on kiddie coasters that are more fun than the goddamn Jets. I'll tell you that. That's how good of a job Brian Flores has done. Right. He's a leader of men. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if he's going to be able to overcome the hump, become, Super Bowl team kind of a thing, playoffs and all. But he's done a damn good job, hasn't he? Damn good. He's going to be the best Patriots tree, like Bill Belichick tree guy. You look at Charlie Weiss. He's big flop. He's done some nice things, but essentially he's a flop. Romeo Crennel, flop. He's down in Texas, for the Texans. They may keep him. I don't know. And he still has time, of course, but up to this point, flop. Look at Josh McDaniels. Big ass flop in Denver. Screwed over the Colts. Does well with New England, but once they leave, they don't do very well. So we got Joe Judge and Brian Flores. The Giants getting into the playoffs, that's a damn good turn for them. Even at 6-10 or whatever the hell they are. Leonard Marshall. Oh, is he? I don't know. I don't know how old he is. Matt Patricia. What about him, Batista? What are you saying? Vrabel is doing good. Wait, let me see. Yeah, thanks, Richard Panich. I appreciate that. It's as you can imagine, it's not always easy, right? But that's been the greatest joy of my life. We left in March, right when the pandemic hit. I've been planning this for years, and we sold our house and all of our belongings, and we got in a damn RV, and the world shut down. I was like, oh my God, what the hell did I just do? Like, I was scared, man. I'll be real. I didn't tell anybody at the time, but I was afraid. I'd second guessed every decision I made. We're sitting in an RV and it's some campground, and I'm like, we can't go anywhere. And I was like, I made a big mistake. I'd rather be in a house right about now. That all said, overcoming all that stuff, traveling around, going to like places like Idaho. We spent time in Washington State and Oregon and Utah and Lake Powell and, Tennessee and Texas and just New Mexico. Now I'm in Florida. It's been incredible. I love spending time with my kids, homeschooling them and all that stuff. But yeah. Oh, Matt Patricia was also a flop. So thank you, Richard. I do appreciate it, man. I do. It's nice because I still second guess myself. So the Eagles have to win for the Giants to be in. Who are you rooting for? I'm rooting for who are the Eagles playing? Let me see. The Skins or the football team? Oh, that's on regular TV. I might actually watch that. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. I have the antenna, I think, right? Don't I have that? Where is it? I got to get my wife. I don't know how to do any of this shit. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. So, yeah, thank you, Richard. If you want to see, seriously, I'm cordially inviting you over to my other YouTube page. You'll see I do all kinds of silly ass reviews of the different theme parks and stuff that we've been to. I'm actually making one, just finished one last night. I put one out for Fun Spot in Orlando. I just did Universal. I'm heading to Busch Gardens this week, Tampa. So I'll be doing that and I'll make a review of that. But yeah, so let me know what you think, man. That'd be great to see you over there. I would appreciate it. That'd be cool. So you're rooting for the Eagles. I think I got to be rooting for. I just got to do it. Even though my friend's an Eagles fan, one of my closest friends is an Eagles fan, I think I still gotta root for the football team because I don't want the Giants to do well. It's just the way I am, Yeah, Phil Sebastian. You know what's funny about this is I actually think it's going to organically take place. The seeds of dissent have already been planted. They're already sowed. Justin Fields' game the other night, dude, that changed some people's minds, mine included, okay? I'm not convinced yet, but I am certainly looking like that, So if he has a good game against Alabama and then leading into the combine, if he has a good combine, runs real fast, real strong, all those kinds of things, dude, he's a legitimate option at number one, especially if they get Urban Meyer. That might be being overblown. Like I was talking with Matt O'Leary the other day. He said he thinks it's probably less impactful than maybe a lot of people are being led to believe, which I buy that. But there's a lot of potential variables in there that make it possible. When 2 weeks ago it was impossible. 3 weeks ago it was impossible. So I think that's interesting, What's my best coaster so far? Well, my favorite coaster is a coaster at King's Dominion called Intimidator 305, 305 feet, one of these 6 giga coasters, which are 300 and up. So that's probably my favorite coaster. But I will say I went on, and then El Toro up in Great Adventure is probably my number 2. It's an Intamin Woody. But so on my tour, though, this year, I did both of those before my coaster tour started, So I think my favorite coaster, the best coaster that I went on this year might have been Orion at Kings Island in Ohio, which is the newest 300-foot roller coaster. It's only been open for 6 months. So, and I got on there like in its second month of operation, and dude, 94 miles an hour, 93 miles an hour, I think it is. 300 feet. It's fucking badass. And then another one at Kings Island, which is the Beast, the world's longest wooden coaster. I like woodies. So I'd say those two so far. The Rebel Yell, yeah, bud. Yeah, that's now called, I think it's just called, hold on, guys. I got a problem. God damn it. Shit. Bear with me. I got a spill on the computer. It's no good. It's just crazy how damaging liquid really is. Forgive me. Hold on a second. We'll get back into it. Sorry. Yeah, so Rebel Yell, they changed the name of Rebel Yell to, I think it's called Racer now, right? Isn't that what it's called? I think so. Racer or just Rebel, maybe? I forget. But yeah, I've been on that one. That's a goodie. So I think it's called Racer. And then its sister coaster is Racer 75 or some shit. But yeah. What's up, Andy Dunlop? Welcome, buddy. Oh, really, Parker? El Toro snaps your neck. Yeah, it's rough. El Toro is a very unique coaster. It's what's called a prefab woody. So they build it before they come there, before they install it, I mean. And so when it goes up on those big camelbacks, it goes down the drop and goes up those huge hills, you can actually hear something that's affectionately known as the Intamin fart, which it's like a buzz. It's like as it goes by. And that is literally the top wheels coming off of the track. So it vibrates. The wheels shake above the track. And that's what it gives you so much airtime that the cart would literally fly off into the air if it wasn't for the bottom wheels, obviously. But it's a very unique coaster in that respect. It does that. It's fucking unbelievable. Dude, I can talk coasters all day. It's like, you think I know a lot about the jets. Coasters is just, I'm right up there with coasters, man. I'm like kind of deranged. What's this, Batista? Wait, I hope you're right, but I keep saying Khan is looking to change that. Yeah, I mean, but dude, Justin Fields, if he's, I'm just saying that the seeds are there. So we need to let everybody know. Our propaganda department needs to let everybody know we are in love with Justin Fields. In love with him. If not Justin Fields, Penei Sewell. That's who we want. Fuck Trevor Lawrence. He's a loser. That's what we want to start putting out. We want to get them to believe it. We want to get the Bengals and other teams, the Miami Dolphins, to think that we're going to, if the Dolphins are at 3, they want Sewell, man. I'm telling you they do. Okay? They drafted Austin Jackson in the first round, a second pick or a third pick in the first round last year. Move him to the right and bring in Sewell. You got a line. Okay. Austin, I don't really like him all that much. He's doing okay. But so they're not beyond drafting a first round left tackle. I'm telling you right now. So if you can get the Dolphins at 3 to give you a second round pick to move up so you don't take Sewell, dude, and then you take Justin Fields at 3. Thing is, you got to be scared. You can't trust anybody. You can't trust the Dolphins to take Sewell. So if you like, if like for example, if let's say the Jaguars take Trevor Lawrence and you got Justin Fields sitting there and that's the guy you want, you can't trust the Dolphins not to take him. You can't. You can't trust the Dolphins to give you a number 2 pick to move up 1 and then trade for a number 1 pick to move back 5. Like, you can't do it. Can't do it. So you just take your guy. Well, here's the thing, Mike. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is the kind of person, like what I'm hearing, and it's not like I have a source at Clemson, I don't, but what I'm reading and the things like the interviews I'm hearing and all that sort of stuff, they say he's not wound that way. He's gonna follow the system. He's not gonna pull an Eli Manning. He's not gonna say, I don't want to play here. He's gonna follow the rules. That's who he is. So I just don't see it, man. And I don't think the Jets would want to do that. Like that's tampering, man. Like you want to really be careful with that kind of stuff. So like trying to whittle through and get him to say it, like it can't be discovered that you were doing that, because then you lose your first. I'm telling you, they'll take it. They'll take it, man. I don't know where Agawam, Mass is. What's it by? I know I'll be in the Cape this year in like June, I think. And I'm in Massachusetts and New Hampshire for a little while, and then I'll be in Maine for a month, I think, maybe a little more than a month. But I got to hit a lot of theme parks up there, man. I got to hit them all. Six Flags New England, Knoebel, like Pennsylvania's a big coaster place. I got a lot to do, That's right. Rebel Yell is now Racer 75. That's what it is, Sean, at King's Dominion. And then they changed, the other one was called Rebel 2 or Racer. I think in Kings Island it was Rebel. So then, or Racer. And then they took Rebel Yell in King's Dominion and they changed it to Racer 75 about 3 years ago. You want to know why? Anybody want to take a shot at why they did that? The interesting thing about Haskins, if you look at Haskins' college career, it's better than Fields, dude. Okay, so and it's with the same players. Remember, it's like some of the same guys are there. So Haskins never had a game under like 240 yards. Fields had a bunch. I was talking to a guy on Jet Nation. He educated me on this shit. He gave me all the numbers, man. He said, people saying that Fields is a lock and Haskins is trash and all that. Haskins was a better Ohio State quarterback. Better. I don't know. Maybe Justin Fields has the it factor. Dude, I know. I mean, look, we're hanging. I enjoy talking to you guys, but shit, man, where is this guy? Where's the news? Is he fired yet? Everybody refresh your Twitter. What the hell's going on out there? How come we're not hearing? All right, let me see. I don't see it. There's no news, Jets mess. What the hell is going on? Demonic, what are we doing here? Not my decision. I love him as a coach because he doesn't know any better. You know what I mean? He doesn't know, dude. He doesn't know how good it can be with a real NFL outfit. He doesn't know. He had Jeremy Deepwoods Bates before that. It's crazy. Like, you don't know what you don't know. Of course he's going to say those things. Sam Darnold's a class act. Let's not, call him anything but, because he is. He always says the right thing. He always toes the company line. He knows what to say. He's a good kid. But he doesn't know what he doesn't know. Look at Jets mess, everybody. He's freaking out. Let me see something here. You want to hear something funny? The Jets' contract and obligation to Todd Bowles ends this year. He got paid through 2020. Isn't that hilarious? That's why they didn't fire him, too. They're like, fuck that. I'm not paying a third coach. Let me see something. I'm going to read something here. See if Demonic's right. Was it really 30 minutes? I can't remember that, if that's really the case. So as you guys have seen before, this is me. I mean, we experience this too much. This is me on the day right now, this experience, but with Rex Ryan. This is me. Let me hang this comment. Me and my family, I got field passes down in Miami for the last game of Rex Ryan's career, and we all knew he was gone. There was some speculation that he might be retained, but it was pretty much a foregone conclusion. Very similar to the situation with Gase. It was the same situation. And I got to meet him that morning and tell him I loved him. Said, "We love you, man." I did a whole drunken thing, even though I wasn't drunk. I don't drink, but I must have sounded like one to him. I was like, "Motherfucker!" You know, look at my son's face. You see him? My little son was blown away. Like, oh my God, that's the Jets coach. That's Rex Ryan. He's real. He's a real human being, and he's huge. Rex Ryan's bigger than you think, man. He's a big dude. Holton, thank you. Let us know as soon as I say anything. Right, I agree. I really do, Demonic. That's the way it should have happened, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I mean, he's getting fired. He's getting fired today. But isn't that hilarious that, like, the Jets right now, today, was the end of their contract with Todd Bowles. So they were paying Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles has been the defensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for 2 years, getting paid from them, and he's getting paid from the New York Jets up until today. We were paying Adam Gase and Todd Bowles. So this is kind of clean for them. They get to just say, you know what? We're tired of this. They were paying McCagnon too. Let me see when McCagnon. Let me see. Let me see. They might have been paying Mike too. Let me see. Name GM. Yep. So think about this, dude. Up until today is a huge day for the Jets, monetarily, in addition to everything we're doing. The Jets paid, up until today, Adam Gase, Joe Douglas, Mike McCagnon, and Todd Bowles. You know what I mean? They didn't quit. They got fired. Right? They didn't quit. Oh, right, Coach. Right, I get you. Okay, I had to look up a second. Right. Holtz retired mid-season. Resigned mid-season, and Kotite actually handed in his resignation 2 games before the end of the season, right? Wasn't it 2 games? I think it might have been 1 game, but he handed in his resignation because he respected Leon Hess too much. He's like, dude, I'm not even going to make it, so you have to make that decision. Right, I got you. Sorry about that. Oh, my God, Eddie DeJesus. DeJesus, sorry. Sam Darnold is not the guy. Penei Sewell's not. It's not. I would be blown away if we bypass a quarterback. I get it with the offensive line, Eddie, but it's like we can see, like, and we'll break it down one more time. We spent a lot of time talking about this one today, but I know you probably weren't here, which is cool. But so will the quality of quarterback, it's very similar to last year when everybody wanted a receiver over a left tackle. The class was deeper in receiver than it is at left tackle. So, at 11, and the same thing applies this year with number 2. With the quarterbacks, at pick number 11, sure, you could take a receiver, but there are equally talented receivers within, certain variants. later. The left tackles, it's a huge drop off. So what do? If you're smart, you grab the left tackle knowing that you can get a very good receiver later. The same thing applies to the quarterbacks this year. Sam Darnold is toast. If you watch today and don't come to that conclusion, you're thinking with emotions, which I understand. I do it all the time. But that's what you're thinking with. Sam Darnold has had a terrible season. And that was on top of iffy seasons already, right? I love Sam. I was rooting for him. The game today was the absolute finishing touch on whether or not you should build with him with a new coach. Bringing in a new coach and making him have to fix Sam before he could do anything else is a fool's errand. It's not the smart move, okay? It's possible to do, but it's not smart. And it would probably turn off a lot of high quality candidates in the first place. So you have Fields, Lawrence, Wilson, Lance. Really, that's the quarterback class. And then you got Mac Jones, Trask, Jamie Newman, even Purdy. Some of those guys later, okay? Kellen Mond, if you want, but those guys are going to be later. So the quarterback class drops off a cliff in the beginning of the first. You're not going to be able to get the quality of quarterback later in the first or the second round. It's not going to happen. But Samuel Cosmi, Walker Little, those types of guys, Alex Leatherwood, they're going to be there later for right tackle if you want a right tackle. And they're going to be just as good or close as Sewell. Sewell's not as good as a lot of people have made him out to be. He's great. But he's, if you look at him, I can't wait to the combine. We'll see this stuff. But Samuel Cosmi is going to be a great pro. So you can get Justin Fields, if that's the guy you want, and Samuel Cosmi or Wyatt Davis or Trey Smith for guard. That's the way we should go, guard, not tackle anyway. Get tackle's not the same level of need as guard. So you get Justin Fields and Trey Smith, or you get, if you need a quarterback, because Sam's not it, or you get Penei Sewell and Kyle Trask, as an example, if that's what you do. You see the difference? So that's how you have to look at things. They're not singular items. You know what I mean? You have to factor it in. If you factor in everything as a collective, as a larger picture. Yeah, I mean, Jerry Jeudy's, dude, who wouldn't want Jerry Jeudy on their team or CeeDee Lamb, right? These guys are. Justin Jefferson was probably my favorite. I was in the Jeudy thing, but Justin Jefferson was the one I thought was really the best. And then I was a big Laviska Shenault and Denzel Mims. That was my top 5, man. That was, what's his name? The fucking fast one. I'm so burnt, guys. I'm tired. But Ruggs. I didn't want Ruggs. I wasn't as high on Lamb, so it was like Jeudy, Lamb, Jefferson, Mims, Shenault. That was my top 5. The fact that we got Mims at 59 is it's laughable. So good. Such good news for us. But yeah, I mean, the left tackles that were later, dude, there were a whole different level of left tackle after the top 4. So you got to do that. You got to grab it. They were equal needs. Man, it could be argued that left tackle was a greater need, right? So that's why you do that. And this year, dude, if you pass a quarterback for Sam Darnold, you're going to probably regret it. Next year's quarterback class is not this year, from what I'm understanding. I agree. But Bill Smith, this is the thing. We don't need to take Jamar Chase, though. You know what I mean? Like, you can bring in Allen Robinson. He's a true number 1. And then you can wait till the your first or second, third round pick and grab Seth Williams, dude. Or Sage Surratt or Amon-Ra St. Brown. They're going to be great. Very good NFL receivers. So that's, again, you look at the talent level at the positions of need and what the draft is offering you in conjunction with what you're able to accomplish in free agency. This is all one plan. And when you have an actual front office, Mike McCagnon had no fucking idea what he was doing. You don't trade 3 first-round picks. Oh, sorry. I'm still looking at this damn picture. Sorry. You don't trade 3 second-round picks to move up 3 spots to grab a quarterback. Great. And then take a defensive tackle with your next pick. And then a tight end. And then another defense, and then a cornerback, and then another defensive tackle and Fadukasi, and then a 7th or 6th round running back. That's not what you do for your quarterback, dude. He had no idea what he was doing. None. Joe Douglas, big difference. Yes. Eddie, we're on the same page, buddy. Yeah, and not even just to spike the pants. I think Thuney's the best guard out there right now. So, yep, we found our middle ground, my friend. You know what I mean? Yeah. Dude, right, Thor? I couldn't believe it. And then when who was it? Who took Van Jefferson? When they took Jefferson, I was like, what the hell's going on? When Ayuk and Ruggs and Rieger and Van Jefferson, all these guys were going before Mims, I couldn't believe it. They're also, honest to God, want to know what I think happened? None of them thought that Denzel Mims was going to be there anywhere near where they were picking. So they didn't, really dig into him as much as they did the other guy. They already made their decision. This is the guy we're taking if he's there. You know what I mean? And that's really how it happens. That's how fucking stupid these war rooms are. Most of these guys are idiots. They're not as good as we are. I'm telling you right now. You think that they should be, but they're not. They don't even know what we know about these players. I'm telling you right now, if I got hired to be a general manager, I would get us to a damn Super Bowl, no matter what team it is. I'm telling you. And I'm not even as good as half the guys I hang with in this realm. I have some fun, smart dudes out there, man. They know their stuff. Come on. Somebody get this guy fired already. Chargers, right. Thank you, Mike. Like, why are you taking Van Jefferson over Denzel Mims, dude? I couldn't believe it. And, honestly, I liked Laviska Shenault more. He was really my favorite receiver in the draft. He's just got everything I want in a receiver. But I just thought Jefferson's going to be the better pro. And Laviska Shenault, I was really concerned for his injuries. He doesn't finish seasons. I don't think he did this year either. That's the knock. He's so uber talented, but it's like these guys, you got to look at that stuff. You really do. But you make the decision and everything. So anyway, even though I liked Laviska Shenault better than Mims, if given the opportunity to take one or the other, I would have taken Mims. Why? Because he's rarely injured. Now this year would tell you a different story. You know what I mean? It looks like he's injured, but he's not. He's not an injury-prone guy. He's strong, man. He's strong with soft tissue shit. No training camp. No preseason. Think about it. He was out 7 games. If he would have done that, if he would have had 4 of those be the preseason, he only would have been out 3 games. Yeah, I don't think they're keeping Darnold, guys. Like I said, if you look at it, try to look at it without any feelings associated. Just look at the numbers of it all. Look at really what you're seeing. Look at Sam's footwork. Look at Sam and his tendencies. Look at his mechanics, and look at the biggest thing for me is look when he decides to panic. Like he gets the happy feet or he takes off. There are pockets around him. Or then conversely, he holds the ball beyond when the pocket should be holding. Like you can only ask for a few seconds from your offensive line. 3, right? 4, maybe. But when you're holding the ball and it's 5.5 seconds, you got to know you're about to get crushed, kid. You got to throw that damn ball. You got to get rid of it or take off, one or the other. J-Mac, this is a valid point. And I have this discussion often, right? People say, and I think rightfully so to a degree, you can't compare one player to another that are vastly different skill set wise and personality wise just because they played at the same school. And I have to agree. But then you look at the tendencies of a school. If they in 60 years, if they haven't produced one NFL quarterback, what is that? Yeah, right. Anybody, you say like anybody can break that cycle. Yeah, sure. But is that what you want to use your number 2 overall pick? Don't forget, the Jets haven't had this high of a draft pick since 1997. Okay? So that's 23 years. We have not had this high of a draft pick. Then it was the year before we had it, the number 1 overall pick 2 years in a row. And then before that, it was another 20 years. Whatever, something like that. So, dude, this is an opportunity. This isn't just the Jets draft pick again. We haven't been here in 23 years. You got to maximize this. You got to do something with this one. You know what I'm saying? You with me? Let's see what you guys got. Yeah, 28-14.
The score stayed the same.
Go.
It's like cords.
Yeah, playing football in an RV with cords and boom mics all over the place. It's dangerous. Who's out there? Can you shut the door? I feel like I'm being loud with the kids. There's a whole bunch of kids outside. Can you guys hear that? Can you hear all the kids like running and playing and laughing and yelling out there? Right, Nika. Right. I'm the same. I'm the same way. Who didn't want Sam Darnold to succeed? Who wasn't excited that the Browns decided to pick Baker Mayfield and left the consensus best quarterback in the draft for us to take? Who wasn't excited? And who's not impressed with the man Sam Darnold is? Respectful, and says the right things, works his ass off. His whole offseason was training with Palmer. He's trying. You like him, but it didn't work, man. It's time to move on. You let him develop with a better developmental organization while we get our legs under us. You don't want to be counting on him. Unless the coach that you want, like if you have your number 1 coach is, for example, Matt Campbell. You get Matt Campbell. He's your number 1 target, and he comes. And he says, listen to me right now. Sam Darnold is not only fixable, he's the best quarterback available right now, better than anybody. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields. I want him. Keep him. You know what I mean? But you don't want to force him. Don't forget, the last 15 years or so, even longer, the Jets are always forcing someone on someone else who's being hired. Let's just go back to Mangini with his offensive coordinator, Brian Schottenheimer. When we hired Rex, we suggested Brian Schottenheimer was still under contract. We suggested to Rex, we really think this guy's a good up-and-coming coach. You should keep him. He said, okay. He kept him. Right? And then it goes, when Tannenbaum got fired, we forced Rex on Idzik. That's why Idzik was the GM we got, because nobody else wanted to come to a team that was forcing a head coach on him. No one. That's why we got Idzik, who wasn't even a top accountant he was like he's like a mid-level numbers guy for the Seahawks. And in truth, he did some good things with the number section of he flipped over everything. We were under, we were in a hole salary cap wise. He cleaned it all out, let everybody leave, recouped to like 4 or 5 or 6 comp picks, traded Revis for 2 picks. Like, he did well. He just didn't know what the fuck he was doing with football. And he depended on Rex, who sucks in the personnel department, right? So anyway, we forced Rex on Idzik. Then we clean that out, and we hire a coach before we hire a GM. We force the coach on the GM. And it goes on, man. It just keeps going. We're always forcing people on other people. Why do you think we lost Matt Rule? Matt Rule's like, fuck this slapdick organization. You guys suck. Why don't you if you want me as a coach, I'm going to build my team. If you don't want to let me have, then I'm gone. He called Bill Parcells and said, "Hey man, this is what I'm dealing with right now. What do you think?" He's like, "Fuck that. I would never do that." And Matt Rule said, "Pound salt." You know what I'm saying? So that's how that went, man. So the way I see it is you don't go into this coaching hire saying, "Yeah, but we really want you to keep Sam Darnold after this shitty year." 3 years, really. He showed promise and progress, but really he's been one of the lower rated quarterbacks in the league for 3 years. You know? Ooh, what an interesting question. Do I trade? Depends on how far. Where are we trading back to? And then I'll answer your question. Carmelo. Let me know. Right, Nika. Well said. Hey, Big Money Smith Jones. What are you doing? Yeah, dude. Me, Parker Dugan, you and me both. I mean, I'm really genuinely excited for the future of this organization. It took all this to blow up what we had going on. Dude, it was so deep. The web was everything. There was so many knots all over the place. Joe Douglas has done an exceptional job untying the knots. Now that the knots are untied, he can move forward. And that's what we're about to see. Dude, Mike McCagnon's finally off the books. Todd Bowles is finally off the books. Today, tonight, tomorrow, Adam Gase is going to be off the book. Like, it's incredible that they're still paying all these guys. That's how bad it's been. We have one man, Joe Douglas, his crew, Rex Hogan, Phil Savage, Chad Alexander. Dude, these are top-tier personnel guys. Our scouts, from what I understand, are also very well regarded. You know? What's up, Lita Hitman? Take Fields. Yeah, sure. Let's see how he plays against Bama. I'm really curious. I'll be watching that one with, what's the word I'm looking for? With attentive eyes? I don't know. Yeah. Yes, Mitch, I do. You know, was that the year? I think we took Copels over Melvin Ingram, or was that that might have been Wilkerson. We took over Melvin Ingram. Like, what planet is that? What you want to do? I'm excited, Lee. I am. The Bama game is a huge test for him. Look, man, make no mistake. The game against Clemson, especially going head-to-head with Trevor Lawrence, was a huge game. Huge. And that man showed up, okay? Chandler Jones. Thank you, Demonic. That's what. And then the next year we took Wilkerson over Melvin Ingram. Yeah. Crazy. That's reversed. Right. Got it. Something like that. Either way, but that's the stuff we're looking at here. So Justin Fields showed up, dude. He did about as good as you could have hoped. Remember, I said before the game on Twitter, I'm looking for Justin Fields to throw for 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns. All right? That would be best case for the Jets. Now, obviously, that's not going to happen. But that's my point was I wanted to see a very good game from him. And, dude, 6 touchdowns, almost 400 yards, 50 yards rushing, whatever it was. Dude, I mean, that's he did better than I thought was realistic. And I couldn't be happier because it shakes up the apple cart. You know what I mean? It's like sending the cue ball the pool game is laying a certain way and you got, starting to understand it. You just fucking send the pool ball flying through and it just shakes up the board. That's what we want because it's understood. Trevor Lawrence is the number 1 pick. Yeah, is he? That's what we want because we're at number 2. So Carmelo, did you answer me yet? What'd you say? Let me see. Where are you? I didn't see it. Solo Marco Polo's here. What's up, buddy? Where'd you go? I don't know, man. I can't answer your question without the further details. I'd like to answer your question. Yes, Levi Watts. Thank you. If you haven't yet, it really is appreciated if you give me a like and a sub. Subs are a big deal, man. Yeah. Waiting for Adam Gase to get fired. Oh my wife's like, are you still talking? Are you still on this thing? Still live? The fuck are you doing?
Yeah, when can I have my house back?
When can you have your house back? Yeah. In a few minutes. I'm gonna give it another 5 minutes or so. Because I gotta go on, as you guys saw with Asylum Reaper. I'm going on his show at 7, so I have to at least give myself a minute to eat or something. No Salman Jets. No news. I'll tell you what, right? Lee, that arm, his Fields' deep ball is just about as pretty of a deep ball as I've ever seen. And I mean that. It is just effortless. It reminds me of like Michael Vick. It's like he doesn't even look like he's really winding up to throw it. It's just, it's incredible. It's incredible. And I think that the Louis, dude, Mike G, dude, are you kidding? That was up to that point. That was the deepest wide receiver draft in NFL history. And we draft a safety, not even the best safety. Clinton Dix was the best safety in the class. We took a safety when we were depleted at wide receiver. Why? Because defensive guys, when you have coaches, they can't think outside of their own expertise. They can't. They think they can, but they can't. He couldn't bypass the hits that Calvin Pryor was putting on people in college. Couldn't do it. Oh, yeah, by the way, he can't cover. Brandon Cooks was sitting right there. Oh, so many of those guys were sitting there. We took a fucking safety. In the same way that Mike McCagnon took Jamal Adams when Mahomes and Watson were sitting there. And then he followed that up with, guess what? A safety. It's crazy, man. Well, let me tell you guys, that show at 7 is, I'll tell you right now. It is, oh shit. It's, I just forget the name of it. I feel bad. Where is it? Worldwide Sports Radio Network. Okay? I'm doing the app. This is what it looks like if you're looking for it. The Worldwide Sports Radio Network. Look at that guy. Who's that? Is that a professional wrestler? They even do that too. D. Milliner, right? How do you trade Revis for the number 9 overall pick and then draft a guy who's always injured in college? What is that? And that's what I'm talking about. These guys are morons, dude. You don't do that. I don't care what his upside is. Your first pick is a lock. Top 15, you don't take a lock, you're an idiot. I don't care. You bypass your stupid feelings and you take the closest thing to a lock at a position of need as you can. Roman Reigns, a pro wrestler, Demonic. Demonic, that's you with on my Instagram, right? With all the figures and all that stuff. That's you, right? Isn't it? All the cool like the figures. I don't want to say dolls. That's not. I'm lacking the words. But isn't that you, Demonic, on my Instagram? Holton, I think this is it, buddy. I'll figure something out if you guys oh, that's not you? I thought it was. Crazy. I got to see who that is. This is our last Jet stream. You guys know I do the Monday night mocks, the 10 o'clock mock. And dude, let me tell you what a blast that is. Last week, we built around Sam. We wanted to see how we would do the mock if we did retain Sam Darnold. In tomorrow's Thor, that's you. Okay. I knew it was one of you guys. I love that. I love your fucking Instagram page. It's great. Seriously. I think I've looked at everything you've put out there over the last year. But so we do the 10 o'clock mock on my Green Bean Jets fan YouTube page. And dude, so last week we built around Sam, and what a draft, bro. If we're going to build around Sam, I'm telling you, we put together the best possible draft, in my opinion. We crushed it. This week, I'm calling it the franchise quarterback episode, or is that right? Episode? Yeah, I guess so. Edition. That's what I'm calling it. So this week, we're going to have a debate, and we're going to take a vote and see if we want which quarterback you guys want. So we're this version, tomorrow night's Monday night 10 o'clock mock, we're gonna assume we're not building around Sam, and we're going to take one of the quarterbacks at 2 overall. So are you willing to risk the trade back and see if you can get your guy a few picks down the road? Or do you want to take Fields or Lance or Wilson? So we're going to figure all that out. And everybody has a say. I only have one vote. I actually run the thing, but I don't override you guys. So it's a blast, man. We had a good ass time. I think we were on there for like an hour and a half last week. So unfortunately, though, the Sunday live streams, this is it. This is it for this year. We'll start again next year. Thank you, Armand. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. What do you mean, DCX, Thor? Oh, you have a channel. Okay, all right. Sorry, I had to look up a little bit. All right, I'll go. Hold on. Channel is DCX. Do me a favor, man. Can you DM me on Instagram and just like give me the information so I can find it? I'll check you out for sure. Absolutely. Hell yeah, we do. So you guys know I live on my YouTube pages. So I live on the Jet Nation YouTube page because like the On the Road with Green Bean videos, they're weekly. And so I'm always talking to you guys. I get anywhere from 100 to 1,000 comments on those things, and I respond to 99% of them. So my Green Bean Jets fan, that's mine. So that has more content, podcast, videos, all kinds of shit, the Monday Night Mock live streams, all that stuff. And I obviously reply and talk to everybody on there. So if you guys follow me on those, you're going to see me. Instagram, I'm Green Bean the Jets fan. Twitter, Bean the Jets fan. So if you guys follow me on those, you're going to, we're going to be able to stay in touch, and we're going to be able to keep tabs on each other as this shit happens. And I'll obviously be on Ryan's channel every Tuesday night as well for the Talking Jets panel with him and O'Leary. So I know, Solo Marco Polo, you can't even do it. You can't do that. You can't right now. It's very possible. But the thing is like I've said, I really do believe that what we're seeing so far from Joe Douglas is good justification to believe that that's not going to be the case. Okay? I like what he's doing. He's doing things in a very similar way that I would do it, to how I would do it. Thank you, Marco Polo. Tell me about it. Tell me about it, D. I'm all over the joint. And I homeschool, I got to homeschool the kids and hang out with my wife and family. That's why I'm creating my actual content schedule this week, because I'm all over the place. So then travel days and everything. Like I leave here in, I think, 9 days. And we're heading up a little bit more northern Florida for a little bit. There it is. I got you, bud. I got it, Thor. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, dude. John Holton. Thank you. Right. And thank all you guys, man. You guys are the shit. Like someone said, it's been, helped them out this season. Like, let me just tell you, you guys have absolutely, unequivocally made this season bearable for me. No doubt. No doubt. I don't know, like enduring this one alone with like the little smattering, because I'm so solo these days. I'm older. I don't see guys every day or anything. So without you guys, I would have been. It would have. I think I would have stopped paying attention because it's such bullshit. You know what I mean? It's just like ugh. But this at least gave us the ability to deconstruct all this stuff with each other, and there's reason for hope. There's reason for hope. Yeah, D, I'm still in Florida. I'll be in Florida till March in one place or another. I'm bouncing all over the place in Florida. Got Orlando. We got St. Augustine, all kinds of places, Sarasota. But, yeah, then once the March comes, it's when I start heading up north. And I'll pass by you guys. But I'll be there before the football season. So, but if the stadium's open again, I'm going to make it so we do a game. Jet Nation does an outing every year. And then they're at every game anyway. Their Jet Nation tailgates at every game, but then they do like an outing, like a big one. And then they do a road trip as well. So we'll see. Fuck yeah, John Post. Thanks, Thor. Yeah, I got it. Did he? He looked like he was going to cry. Nothing would make me happier. I'm sorry to say it. I don't feel that way for many people, but Adam Gase is a piece of shit. He's a bad person. He's not a good person. And that's it. I'm not going to throw stones at his person, but except for a little bit, little tiny stones, but I don't like him. I think he's a bad person. Hell yeah, Thor. I'll be in Maryland for a while. That's where my wife is from. You mind saying where you are in Maryland? I'll tell you if we're close. I'm over in Baltimore County when I'm in Maryland. Reaper, we were just talking. Go ahead and put up the plug again, Reaper. Hyatt, what I don't know where that is, Hyattsville, Thor. Like how far are you from Baltimore? Do that for me. Because that's where I am when I'm in Maryland. I'm in Baltimore County. Lewis is in Delaware. Luis. Yeah, we have my father-in-law has a house in Ocean City, but he's actually right on the Delaware border there. 45 minutes? Yeah, dude, let's do it. I'll eat some ribs. I will accept the invitation to consume ribs at your house from your smoker. Fuck yeah. I'll be in Virginia for a month. I think I'm going to stay over in like Williamsburg-ish area, but I'll be in Charlottesville for a while because that's where my little family is from. So, or at least recently. But yeah, man. So look, I'm going to put this up. Guys, I'm going to be on Jets by Jimmy or Jimmy by Jets. I forget. I'm so burnt at this point. But Jimmy's Worldwide Sports Radio Network to the show tonight. So we're going to be over there. There is the link, 7 p.m. And we're going to go do that and have a good time over there. Maybe, just maybe, Adam Gase will be gone by that time. But let's give him a good showing, man. Let's bring Jet Nation over there and support his show and see what we can get going over there. And we'll continue the conversation because I think I'm going to bounce. Yeah, you got to come up to Warsaw, and hell yeah, man. I'm going to keep track. I'll let you guys know where I'm going to be and stuff. I got to watch it because I have stalkers, legitimate stalkers that are mentally ill. So I got to be careful with where I tell too many people ahead of time. But we'll unfold this. I don't even know if one of you guys are one of them. Fucking people, they're freaky, man. They chase me around. It's weird. But D. Alexander, thank you. There's the link. Please download the app. I already did for free. Like I said, it looks like this. Where'd it go? This is what it looks like. Okay. Worldwide Sports Radio Network, Blue W, like WWE kind of thing. All right. Go download the free app and you can listen to it there. But guys, I'm going to bounce. This has been a 5-hour live stream. So I do appreciate it. Ed Stewart, thank you. Reaper, everybody. Solo Marco Polo, Dark Demonic, all you guys. John Holton, Thor, Luis, all you guys. Thanks for everything this season. It's been great, man. I've been loving doing the live streams. This is our first season doing it. We started week 1, and here we are, week 17. I was in I was in Puget Sound. I was just out. It's about 45 minutes from Seattle when we started this thing. So we started up in Seattle. Now I'm in Orlando, and you guys have been with me every step of the way. So I appreciate it. If you get a chance, go to Green Bean Jets Fan. Give me a sub over there. And if you want to see my coaster tour and my RV living, go to One Ride at a Time on YouTube. But if you want to, I think it'd be more luck if you just put in RV theming in the search engine, and that'll get you there. The YouTube search engine. RV theming on YouTube. And you'll see I got like probably 30, 40 videos up there. You can check me out over there too. All right, guys. But listen, have a great night. Enjoy the rest of the day. This was a blast. I will see you tomorrow night maybe tonight on Worldwide Sports Radio Network. But if not, tomorrow night for the 10 o'clock mock, we're taking a franchise quarterback, and we'll see which one that is and how it goes. But you guys are the best, and thanks for everything.
Now I'm about, I'd say 5 or 6 feet in the air. And I'm screaming to this crowd of people. I didn't want to fight. And they're screaming, get up, kill him. So I see this cop. I see cops and I'm like, oh, yo, come over here. I think I'm going to get killed. So I wave the cop over. The crowd's yelling, get him, the guy in the Keyshawn jersey. Oh, blah, blah. And there's guys laying all over the place. We beat the living hell out of these guys. It was really not even a contest. I have no idea why they were so into this fighting idea, because they were really very, very poorly trained for this. They're poorly prepared.
You guys still here? I'm trying to end it. It just won't end. So maybe it's ended already. I don't know. What do I know?